Okay, my topic I have taken today is uh, aesthetics and experiential learning. I will be talking more in the context of product design. So, okay, yeah, no, fine. So basically, aesthetics had been being seen as many times more concerned with fine arts and not with engineering and all that. What I feel is it need not be a monopoly of the fine arts, because aesthetic in a deep sense is everywhere, and that's what we would like to explore. In fact, if you see somebody like Herbert Simon, who is a computer scientist, what he says, the aesthetic of natural science and mathematics is one with the aesthetics of music and painting. Both inherit the discovery of a partially concealed pattern. What he says is there is the same complexity of things when you create, whether in mathematics or music, and comparatively he draws in very number of comparisons. And interestingly, he makes this word partially concealed pattern. This is something very interesting for us. So design actually tries to harness the aesthetics, because this is something which we have to see. Because design is very much art, or inherits a lot from the art, but it also tries to harness aesthetics to solve complex problems. See, it's one thing is we see at only visual or simplified problems, but there are complex problems which needs to be solved in industrial design, visual communication, craft, CAD, we saw in the morning, the drug design. It can be many things, animation management. It can go into any area. In each, there is somewhere, how does aesthetics take this into account as a process of design? Let's see it. Often an aesthetic perception of a problem brings order to a complex confused state of logical analysis. See, we have a lot of analysis processes. We do analyze of various kinds. But somehow we get an aesthetic perception which suddenly makes it simple. This is something in each area we develop over a period. So every specialist, whether it's the textile designer or architect, they know it. Somehow they get the grasp of it. And that is the starting point when all the logical things start falling in order. In fact, aesthetics leads what I think. I will give a small example. See, I was to design a boiler long back. You see the top two ducts which are holding on. Actually, the management posed the problem because right side you see this control panel that was not properly designed. They just came for that. So when they start, I felt, why these two ducts? They're looking too ugly. There should be flow of air. That was for hot air. The hot air should go into that. So then I said, can it be, more flowing? Then I started investigating the problems. When I went to engineers, they were worried about the job. You can see that. And what was the concept? Hot air in the boiler was to be taken, and it was very simple, common sense was used. Air should come from both ends. Then I talked with my friends, engineers and all that. They said, no, it's not a problem. We can put a duct and we can take hot air from one side. So that is how I increased the size one side. It reduces, improved the shape, but it reduced one part completely gone. Joints became from 2 to 1. So it became much simpler. Of course, the additional is the control panel, which was given form. So when you do a project, there are many levels you take. I'm just presenting some level where you see it, as a form, and then you grasp the problems and put into a form. This is something what you learn in each field. The simple phone which we designed for Sam Petroda, when we designed it was 6 weeks we had to do completely where there was nothing. And in fact, he did not like the look of it so much, but he liked the feel of it. So he said, no, I will go for it. So sometimes aesthetic is not only looks, but also ergonomics, feel, how do you feel and all that. Then this is another project, electronic voting machine, where we did. Here we had to define security completely in a redefining the security, because it was earlier a steel box. So people believed that that gives the safety, but actually safety is not anything in that, but in terms of whether it's in the public, how many times it is locked, or this becomes the safety. And we took a bold step that using a plastics. Otherwise, it was not so easy to make plastic at that time acceptable. So we said, look, this is engineering plastic. Otherwise, it was all identified with buckets and all that. How can you use in a product like this? But it has been very successful, and of course, it took 10 years for political and other reasons after we designed to came into the use. But today, it has saved so much money to the nation. Actually, all money is recovered long back, and it was. I think the aesthetics brings from steel box to secure digital system. No, our argument was, look, the villager is already used to TV. So it is not that because the villagers, if they are doing it, they need a steel or things like that. Because if person comes with a gun, whether it is a steel box or this thing, nothing much can be done in terms of protecting it. But electronics can protect in some sense all what is cannot be done at the same time and things like that. The idea to make that button instead of circular, it became a elliptical. Then I will talk few ideas like in bamboo craft design where we have been working. There is a move, craft design can move from tradition to postmodern aesthetics. See, we have a traditional craft which is beautiful and very intricate, but then we can jump the modern stage and completely go into postmodern where it can accommodate that complexity. I think this is something which I have been trying, so it also fits into our students' things and social objectives. We have repositioned crafts to create a paradigm shift in the society. When this woman came, what you see, she was trying to use a machine. Immediately men came and said, no, we will do, Oh, usko nahi aata. I said, no, nothing doing. She can do what you can do. There is no problem. And it brings a change. I think a change of consciousness is coming. Somewhere it is linked to the whole dealing with the aesthetics and what we are seeing. So the new tools and techniques can produce new forms and new positioning. And I do run an elective called Craft Creativity in Postmodernism, which fits into a postgraduate program course. Otherwise, craft becomes just like a hobby. I just learn and leave. I think we need to see much more in craft than that. It is like craft can develop a cognitive abilities at all ages. Symmetry can be learned experientially. So we have been trying with children all these things, and it can go deeper into our consciousness. So now question is, do we have methods of training to develop aesthetic minds? We do have, many people have already presented many things which are coming out. Framing unusual problems, use of generative metaphors, emphasis on feelings and reflection to break the conceptual envelopes, creating conducive environment, studio tasks and projects. These are the basic things. I will just run through some slides. One is, see, this was a competition for a Sony. I put arbitrarily a constraint. They should take one letter form and convert it into a telephone. A girl took home, which became a telephone of unusual shape, but it also gave a functional advantage. See, this is something, aesthetics is not something, it can lead us to something new, very different. It can have all the functional advantages too. So this is a Tamil letter O. When the student took, this got a Sony award, and he put it in the neck, which is in a very different as an ornament. But for the complex shape of the letter, it was very difficult to think of. Okay. Yeah. Then there are questions we frame to the students. Flower in a square. These kind of things are done in basic design, where individual experiences and learnings are brought into a common platform to learn a visual language. Because we give a lot of importance to individual learnings in design. So the same problem which is posed, a flower, has many dimensions of looking at it, and with some constraints, they could produce variety of solutions. I think then it also becomes a common platform as a language. I think this is an important thing in design. Then use of generative metaphors brings out personal perceptions of beauty in the shapes of, I have given one task of perfume bottles. We ask them to use metaphors, and people use different things, What is beautiful? A dewdrop is beautiful. This is a clove is a beautiful thing. This was a vortex done by Professor Chakravarti when he was a student. And then there is the lavang, the parijat flower, then there is the swan. All of them, where people see as beauty, they converted it to bottle with these constraints and with these materials. I think this is where we are specialized in training. and this need to go into design programs to develop an aesthetic mind in each specialized field, because each field you need to develop. A drug design, what we saw in the morning, maybe there could be new access and new ways of looking at. I'm sure three-dimensional geometry, I've been hearing from my friends, chemists, three-dimensional geometry modeling is never taught in the undergraduate or this thing. So they have a great drawback in making three-dimensional models. In fact, Pauling, when he break through the double helix, his main advantage was he brought in a three-dimensional model for that. I think we need to develop in all these areas, and that's the task. Thank you.
So now, Shana from Gopika Chopra Studio. Ms. just mentioned that the background has been done by the Gopika Chopra Studio. Gopika is not here herself, so Shana will be making a presentation on how they do visual communications. We have the kit packs in the background. All of this has been designed by GCD, so it's already part of visual communication.
Hello everyone, I'm Shahana Jain and I'm representing Gopika Chopra, who unfortunately could not be here today. I'm a graphic designer by training and I'm a partner at GCD Studio, which is headed by Gopika. Post lunch is always snooze time, and hopefully I'll be able to sustain your interest because my presentation is very visual. GCD Studio is a design firm engaged in developing visual communication design. As design practitioners, our work spans a vast and diverse range of applications and users. Some of it is commercial, in that it supports marketing of services or products. Some of it is for publishing, events, or even education. While the end users may be different,
Can someone just, can everybody that this house turn the cell phones off, please?
Yeah, probably. I don't have it. Doesn't matter. I'll try to talk louder than that. While the end users may be different, what we find is that at the core is design thinking, speaking the visual language. Like any language, the visual language also speaks in different tones. It may be playful, or sensitive, or cultural. Visual language can be powerful and expressive. It takes good design thinking to speak it fluently. At this point, I would like to share a couple of projects that we worked upon which illustrate our design thinking. Brand identity for a low-cost airline. The first is for a low-cost airline launched in 2005. The project involved finding design solutions at various levels. The challenge was to break the psychological barrier that flying or air travel was only meant for the elite or the business class. Of course, the low fares spoke the most powerful visual language, but before the potential user reached that stage, the visual message had to communicate it. Starting with the name, irrational and inclusive, we designed a brand signature that broke rigid boundaries. Drawn from common ingredients in every Indian's life, we designed a graphic that is bright and unintimidating. The asymmetry of the logo adds to the informality. The exuberance of the brand logo was then carried on into visual mnemonics and representations of the brand. Most of the communication of the brand values was made without words. Just powerful visuals were used, and a connect was made with the viewer that was on an emotional and expressive level. At the base of it all was a strict color, typographic, and navigational structure that made the function of design efficient and user-friendly. Without saying a word, the message going out was that SpiceJet is an airline for everyone. The result: in every market survey conducted in the first 3 years of the brand launch, the brand perception was very positive, and all the cues we put out were successful in what they were trying to communicate. With any kind of design, collaboration is key. We worked with engineers from the Boeing to design the aircraft livery, and with fashion designers to design the uniform for the crew. The other very different project that I would like to share with you is also a collaborative venture. It's a series of children's books for Pratham Books. It's work in progress, so I will not be sharing the final product with you. The assignment is to develop books for tribal children in Orissa in tribal dialects like Munda, Kui, and Juanga, with content both verbal and visual that is contextually relevant and familiar to the children. These are primary level books based on local folk tales and stories, which were collected, collated, edited, and translated in a series of workshops. In a fast-changing world of cable TV, where digitally produced images of Chhota Bheem and Doraemon have replaced local motifs, we wanted the books to carry illustrations in a visual language that belonged to the region. We chose to involve tribal artists, and through workshops, we have collaborated to create what could become a way forward for more such experiments. The motifs in traditional Saura art are beautifully simple. However, unlike Patachitra, they do not carry a narrative flow. We needed the story to move from page to page and make the visuals actively tell the story. The style was intuitive to the artists. As designers, our intervention was to bring structure, characterization, and visual elements in order to create facial expressions and the flow of a story. The process has been a learning for the designers and the artists as well, as it was a new way of speaking in a language that was familiar. Looking at these two very different design assignments, I see the role of a designer as an organic one. Designers must have empathy. Design is always created for someone to use. As a designer, you have to put yourself into the shoes of the person you're creating a design for. Which is why design training must be humanistic, holistic, and interdisciplinary. In an ever-connected, ever-changing, globalized world, skills are constantly either being made redundant or being reinvented. It is the process of analyzing and application of knowledge and imagination that gives designers the ability to extend their expertise to varied and changing challenges. Design thinking has to be the basis of design education. To create relevant design, an integrated approach that allows enriching interlinks and crossovers between design, art, engineering, music, technology, science, literature, craft traditions, culture, human emotions, and values is essential. Design is everywhere. Design affects everyone. Design adds value to society. Design also delights, it touches an emotional chord and fulfills our need for beauty. Design makes things work. Good design makes things work better. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shahana. Very right, I think, coming after IDC's presentation. And I think to give a little bit of variety, if Professor Chakravarti agrees, may I ask someone else to come up before you? Is it okay? All right, so may I then ask Professor Gonzalez from IIT Mandi, which is a new Mandi, coming up to make his presentation, his vision of design.
Could I get that remote? Remote. Mandi,
IIT Mandi, the second last.
Second last. Second last, bottom.
Good afternoon, everyone. When IIT Mandi started 4 years ago, we wanted to produce engineers who are good at design. So essentially, being a new institution, we thought this is an opportunity to relook at the BTech at the curriculum and focus it more towards design. Looking at engineering and the evolution of engineering over the ages, from the Middle Ages until about the early 20th century, if you look, a lot of the famous engineering inventors were actually creative people, artists, and so on. For instance, Samuel Morse, who was the co-inventor of the telegraph and the Morse code, he was actually a painter until the age of 34. And then one day he got a message that his wife was dying, and by the time he reached his home, she had passed away. He was in a remote city. And then, so this motivated him to work on long-distance communication. So he went from painting to inventing the telegraph and the Morse code. Engineering education for a long time was essentially an engineering as an artisan, an apprentice who would learn from a master, and of course a lot of handbooks and other things were used. In the Second World War, particularly, engineering began to have a scientific base with the use of engineering and use of science for radar, sonar, encryption, and so on and so forth. The science base came forward, and then in the 1950s onwards, there was a strong push, particularly from universities like MIT, Stanford, and so on, to make engineering more into a scientific discipline rather than so the sort of influence of the arts declined in engineering design. Now we find that there is a sort of shift back, that there are seen to be disadvantages of engineering becoming too much of a science, too much of use of computers and theory, that more of hands-on is required, as I think the person from Tata Motors had indicated. So for instance, at MIT there is a program called Conceive, Design, Implement, and Operate in the undergraduate education. At IIT Madras for the last 20 years, there's been a lot of incubation of companies, product design, and so on by students and faculty in the institute working with companies. And what I'll talk about now is what we've been doing in trying to promote design and innovation at IIT Mandi through our BTech curriculum. What we've recognized is that design is inherently interdisciplinary, and it requires, and we feel that design is something that is best learned through doing rather than something that is taught. So there are two things that we've introduced into our curriculum which are a bit different from the traditional. One is the idea of a practicum, which is essentially a lab-based course which is practiced before theory. So the idea is, rather than giving people the theory and then they go to the lab and reinforce the theory, instead we let them loose in the lab and they learn the theory by doing on their own. The second is design and innovation stream. Essentially, this is a stream of projects all the way from the first year to the fourth year, in which students work on interdisciplinary teams. They work on real-world problems. They are often randomly assigned to teams so that they learn to work with anyone else. And they learn different aspects of the type of design that an engineer would do in the real world. So this starts out in the first year with reverse engineering, where teams are given, say, something like a ceiling fan or a mixie. They're expected to dismantle it, thoroughly document it, and then reassemble it, get it working, and maybe even improve it. So this is learning sort of the state of the art, which is maybe one of the first things that engineers do. In the second year, students are expected, again in randomly chosen interdisciplinary teams, they are expected to choose some problem of society and then devise a solution to it, and by the end of the semester they must have a working prototype. These are, remember, second year students. They haven't learned very much of advanced theory in their discipline, and there is an open house at the end of the semester, and the grade that they get for this course depends on their having something working in the open house. And we find this is a tremendous motivation to the students. All teams always have something working at the open house. So some examples are, what you see over there is an intelligent drip irrigation system for small farmers in the region. there were about 6 teams, I think, that have developed means of charging cell phones, obviously a serious problem for society. There's over here you can see on the left-hand side is a low-cost 3D printer that cost 25,000 rupees. And this is a bunch of second-year students who designed and built this and had it working by the end of the semester. And there's an oil spill remover and a number of other projects. When you design a product, and if you want the product to be widely used, of course, we have to understand society. We have to understand the people who are going to use it. So in the third year, we have a project where students study the interaction of technology and society. And this might involve things like market research, field work, and so on. Typically, most of the projects are taken up looking at problems of the villages or of Himachal, the region that we're in. For instance, the team on the right looked at the postal service in Himachal, in rural areas, to see how the postal service can be improved with the spread of internet and mobile phones to remote villages. One of the unusual things that we've done over here, one is that the humanities faculty are significantly involved in guiding these projects. It's not only engineering faculty who are involved. And for this third year project in particular, we have a collaboration with a university in Massachusetts, WPI, where every year about 20 of their students come and spend 2 to 3 months in Mandi, and they work in teams along with our students. So this brings in not only multidisciplinary, but also multicultural dimension to the education that our students get, which they find very valuable. In the fourth year, we have the usual major technical project, and where students are expected to go in depth in their technical area. And in one example of a project in the first batch of our students who graduated last year, one team won this second prize in the Joy of Engineering, Design and Innovation competition held at ISC Bangalore. They got a prize for that. In addition, we have significant industry interaction for our students. For instance, we get people from industry as guest lecturers. We have industry-sponsored projects. Of course, students go for internship to industry. And we have now started a scheme by which students within IIT can start virtual companies where IIT will be the customer, so that they can get the experience of entrepreneurship even while they're students before they graduate. Some of the outcomes of as I said, our first batch just graduated. We had our convocation a couple of weeks ago. So it's difficult to say that whether this new approach, this approach to design in engineering education is successful or not. But some examples are that the IIT Mandi website was designed by our students and has been operated by them since. The online faculty application, where several thousand applicants come through, again has been designed by our students, second-year students. And placements have been very good, on par with other IITs. So, of course, only one batch has graduated, so let's say the jury is still out. We will see we believe that this approach to education does give students a better handle on design and does make them better at doing the type of real-world engineering that they have to do when they go out into the world. Thank you. These are some links to some of what I've talked about. Thank you.
So, just a few modifications on the sequence, and may I then ask Professor Chishti from SPA Delhi. Professor Chishti from SPA Delhi.
Well, I'm catching the bull by the horn and coming to the point. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. Nevertheless, the subject of my presentation is with a design, with a question mark, a vision for the design-based creative industries in India. Design, in its many manifestations, forms an integral part of every culture. Civilizations evolve and attain their full potential because of it. Design-based creative communities in India are witness to a fascinating churning. necessitating a search for a vision that may inform their evolution beyond, spanning education. Okay, so I should go and sit there? Okay. I hope I won't Yeah. Should I start all over again? Okay. Yeah. Design in its many manifestations, as I was saying, forms an integral part of every culture. Civilizations evolve and attain their full potential because of it. Design-based creative communities in India are witness to a fascinating churning, necessitating a search for a vision that may inform their evolution beyond, spanning education, profession, and the industry. All forms of design, irrespective of scale and size, emanate from a common energy, just like the way water, vapor, and ice do. To produce a pin, an alphabet, a handkerchief, a brick, or a city. This long-held belief, coincidentally, over the last decade or so, has found an echo in a milestone development in the design world at the global level. The emergence of what has now come to be referred to as creative industries is a distinct area of interest for economists, cultural specialists, and public policymakers. It reflects a growing awareness of their economic potential, their role in fostering cultural diversity, and in improving quality of life. Increasing number of governments have recognized the importance of creative industries and are developing a range of policies at the national and subnational levels. The world is changing, as it always does, predictably in a cyclic manner to accommodate periodic adjustment in cultural hegemony or dominance. The cultural shift that started with the coming of the hippies from the West to India in the 60s and the 70s had to wait for it to become noticeable till the country altered its economic policy or economic identity 20 years later. Post-liberalization, despite the fact that significant strides were made in almost all spheres of design, habitat and non-habitat related both, it hasn't necessarily altered the ground reality too much. The condition of bulk up of man-made built and unbuilt environment in our cities and in small towns in particular continues to be tacky, tentative, and inhuman. Vast majority of people's lives continue to be untouched by organized design activity, no matter which form. We, the design-based creative communities in India, do not have too many choices before us today. We can continue as we are, business as usual mode, or we must take it upon ourselves to do something about it and become the catalysts to bring about the change. Change that may or may not be based on emerging global trends as discussed earlier. Change that is visionary, path-breaking, and shows the way forward. Change that is inclusive and is able to accommodate all forms of design. Change that is quality conscious and promises a better tomorrow. Change that we may or we may not see in our lifetime. For this to materialize, ladies and gentlemen, design-based creative communities, including those of architecture, urban, landscape, interior design on one hand, product, industrial design, apparel, textile design, graphic communication design, etc., etc., need to stand together as a constituency so that they can be counted, recognized, and heard. Numbers in a democracy, we are told, make all the difference. With the hope that here and now is the right place and time, permit me to present a 7+1 point agenda as a vision for change. 1. Design-based creative communities must work towards developing a clear and a broad-based roadmap by virtue of which Indian design becomes a coherent entity of a lasting value, capable of being recognized across the globe along with other design cultures, somewhat like the way Indian cinema or Indian writing in English are. Responding to the challenge of continuity and change, and while minimizing imbalances across various design disciplines, the design communities must play a constructive role in addressing day-to-day common problems and contribute positively in the activity of nation building. Number 2, design-based creative communities will need to deal with the issue of both quality and quantity. To raise the standards of education, profession, and the industry. Barring exceptions, the quality of design education and executed design across various design disciplines continues to be substandard. The quantity story, on the other hand, suffers from an absence of worthwhile research and paucity of credible data on almost all relevant fronts. 3. Design-based creative communities need to make a concerted and conscious effort to invent a method of communication and dialogue between and across the design disciplines on one hand and with the society at large on the other. Creation of enabling platforms and agencies, both governmental and non-governmental, need to be put in place to facilitate the production of necessary shareable material for the same. Dovetailing this effort with international agencies is an imperative, as is as imperative as is the need for organized archival facility within the country. 4. Design-based creative communities must ensure, in partnership with the governmental agencies, to put in place a new and different system of checks and balances applicable to all design disciplines. This must involve innovative and flexible accreditation systems and foolproof arrangement of deterrence and penalties for malpractice in education, profession, and industry. 5. Design-based creative communities, with or without the help of governmental agencies, will have to create a multi-layered system for the promotion of design through incentives, awards, healthy design competitions, representation of design communities in policy and decision-making bodies of the nation. 6. Design-based creative communities must work hard to earn respect and recognition in the society. It is important to correct the common misconceptions, such as that architecture is another branch of engineering, or that non-habitat design disciplines are too arty-farty. The role designers play in organizing life and living, making of cultures, etc., need to be clarified and highlighted. 7. Design-based creative communities must be managed and administered, whether through self or governmental regulatory systems, progressively and creatively. Professional apex bodies of different design disciplines need to be formed where none exist, and the ones that exist need to reinvent themselves. This must finally lead to formation of an common umbrella organization that, while looking at the big picture and steering the common concerns and the design, the broad vision, remains equidistant from the discipline-specific apex bodies which must then look after the details concerning education, profession, and industry. All this, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be done by working in close harmony with the government agencies, who must rise to the occasion by bringing all design-related activity, cutting across forms and scale, under one ministry. Even to suggest, as has been suggested earlier in the day, a full-fledged ministry for design, I may add, is not too far-fetched an idea. 8, and the last point, which is about the subject in hand today, in specific terms about design education. Now, design-based creative communities must ensure an overhaul of the education system. Permit me to detail this out as under. A, design as a subject or phenomena must be introduced at the primary levels in schools, if not earlier. B, design-specific education must become an integral part of the choices offered to students at the school leaving stage. C, design-related departments, schools, colleges, academies, faculties, universities, and what else you have, must be encouraged to be set up across the length and breadth of the country, wherever possible in existing setups and in entirely new ones, if so warranted, in a range of scales and sizes. In existing setups, they could be dovetailed very easily with disciplines of architecture, applied arts, and engineering. In the new setups, they can exist in subject-specific formats or as entities where all design disciplines come together under one roof. D, students admitted into the places of design learning must be drawn from diverse backgrounds from all across the country through a well-distributed network and a sensible testing pattern, preferably the single window variety. The system must encourage students from SAARC countries, Southeast Asia, West Asia, Central Asia, Africa, etc., to join this big Indian design party. E, an extra spatial drive needs to be initiated to attract good, competent, and committed faculty to the places of learning and teaching. To achieve this, the gap between the academia profession and the industry needs to be bridged by introducing innovative, attractive, and flexible contractual recruitment arrangements. Doors must be thrown open for faculty coming from all parts of the globe, north, south, east, west. F, the design education system thus put in place must produce designers and designers of various types and hues who can fit into the system in multiple roles and capacities at all levels, bottom, middle, top, as teachers, researchers, practitioners, executors, managers, facilitators, administrators, writers, commentators, critics, etc. J, an atmosphere of healthy coexistence needs to be created in the academic world where design thinking is accepted as a normal, valid, and dependable way of thinking. In this case, taking a cue from the corporated or management worlds where creative and lateral thinking is becoming mainstream. Ladies and gentlemen, design world is a fascinating world. A little mad world, maybe, for it is able to deal with complex, conflicting, and contradictory, overlapping phenomena joyfully and beautifully, though somewhat mysteriously. A mystery, I can assure you, that can be unraveled through education, exposure, and most importantly, by doing. In the end, design, design, design की बात निराली है। इसने हर मौजू पर रोशनी डाली है। खुद को भी हमने इससे है जाना, कायनात को भी हमने इससे है छाना। जिंदगी का भी यही है ताना और बाना। डिजाइन 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 की बात निराली है। That's all I have to say.
So, thank you. And then we can have Alpana. You can give a presentation on your another graphic designer. So, you want to say something? You don't have a PowerPoint? You have? Yes, okay, right here.
You know, before I start on my sort of planned presentation, I thought I'd quickly react to what was said this morning. And I think what is really, we as Indians have an inherent talent called jugaad, which is the basis of, we can make anything work. So I think maybe that's a good place for a good design philosophy to begin with, making things work. Anyway, I am talking from the other side. I think most of who've spoken today have been from the engineering, technical, product, industrial design area. And I'm, well, sort of in the same thing, but slightly different. And I've called my talk Linking Technology and the User, because I think that's essentially what a visual communicator does. So, I mean, I'm sure everybody knows, but sometimes it's important to reiterate what we actually do. And I think the basis of what a graphic designer does is organize structures and visual information to aid communication, whether it's about a product, a thought, a message, whatever. And this is some of the things where areas of graphic design that we all work in, which I think most people, some of these are much more technology oriented than others. You know, part of the issue that we face as communicators today is that we're so terribly dependent on technology, which is changing by the second. I mean, in my career, which actually started in the 80s, we've gone from hot metal to, something called e-ink, which is the thing of tomorrow. So we've had to force ourselves to rethink design at every stage in our lives. Because whether you like it or not, graphic design or any other design is completely linked to technology. And the way we think we have to rethink every half a decade or so. Because when we started, for example, today, even designing a font is quite different than what it was in the 70s. You know, today we read fonts differently. The way we perceive visual understanding, our perception of visual understanding has totally changed in the last 50 years or so. For example, this is, even before, this is what a traditional newspaper, this is what we are looking at, most of us look at today is the web-based newspaper, and this is the technology of tomorrow, where your newspaper will come to you with what's called e-ink, which will be transmitted to you by electronically, and your paper will change every day, but there's no delivery man, there's no. So basically what it means is we are also changing our skill sets. It's less dependency on hand skills, much more dependency on software understanding, and a far, far closer relationship between technology and design. You know, earlier, I think to go back a bit, earlier graphic design in particular was sort of somehow linked more with art, painting, craft, and much less to do with technology. But the way I personally see it is where, if you had a scroll bar today, we are far more towards technology than towards the art. The arts and the has remained a constant. You know, the basic tenets of aesthetics, arts, color, etc. have not changed. But what we're going towards, which is technology, has changed a great deal. So, and then again, now we have more emphasis on the user. It's much more to do with the market. It's less sort of self-expression, creativity, etc. As everybody today has said, it's much more collaborative than it ever was. It's much more multidisciplinary. And I know I keep saying this again because I face it every day. We are much more dependent on technology than ever. And we're much more worried about what's happening in the rest of the world. You know, this I've just taken as an example of how, you know, visual thinking has changed. This is something which we study called skeuomorphism, which is when, I mean, everybody who uses the iPad or phones or whatever, what you tried to do earlier was you tried to represent, say, an address book, to look like an address book. It had, you know, the little symbol was that of a diary, or a phone looked like a phone. In today's day, where the the next generation has never seen an address book, they've never seen a telephone which rings, you know, as in a traditional. So our whole idea of symbols have also changed. So this is where one has to constantly reconnect with the changing world and interpret it differently for people to understand. You know, this is what I was talking about. What is day? What is date? It's entirely different from what we perceived it earlier as symbols on your phone. You know, what is sound? What is volume? What is an arrow? For example, in wayfinding systems, we've always used the arrow as a symbol of direction. How many people, children today, know what an arrow is? I mean, unless they go to a museum. But it's still become a symbol, a visual symbol for which way to go. Similarly, if you look at your phone today, you know, what is music? How many children know what? They probably know a year set better than they know a musical symbol. So every day with each, I think every 5 years or so with moving generation, you have to rethink the visual language. And then of course, you know, as it is, whether we like it or not, technology, before you've learnt and mastered one software, you're thrown into the next. You're thrown into a next generation computer, you're thrown into a next. So we're constantly having to redesign to suit that kind. For example, typeface is one of the areas where we constantly have to change. What is valid for print design is no more valid for screen design. So basically what, I think in a sense what I'm saying is that now design and technology have become sort of partners. It's a symbiotic relationship. There is very little you can do without each other. While designers add the aesthetic, oh, okay, fine, I'm doing fine. So temperature, something like temperature, you know, these are all. So basically, what I'm saying is, to put it in a nutshell, in the 1900s, for example, beginning of last century, we were all pushed into the arts and aesthetics field as graphic designers. And today, I think we're heading closer towards technology, but with that basics that we've had. So that's something you can't leave behind. You can't leave behind the art and aesthetics and say, no, I'm a completely technical person. I still need that kind of training, which possibly, I mean, an engineer may not, it's like telling me to learn engineering as a designer. I'll never be able to do that. Or to tell an engineer you learn art and aesthetics. You could perhaps, you know, in a bit, but I don't think it's possible for these two to ever merge into one being. So it will always be a symbiotic relationship, and I think even if you're thinking of putting them under one roof, it makes a bit of sense. Even though it's, I mean, seems. Okay, so as Mr. Pitroda was saying, he might, you know, where you'd never know where design leads you. You might have actually started by designing a cell phone, and you might end up with 100% literacy. So thank you. That's all I have.
So we'll switch over to an IC Bangalore perspective and have Mr. Amrish Chakraborty
How do I put this on?
give his presentation. And then to give a variety of the institutions that are represented.
Can I have the slides, please? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Amaresh Chakraborty. I'm a professor at the Center for Product Design and Manufacturing in Indian Institute. I had a little discussion earlier with one of my colleagues here, and when I introduced myself that I'm from IISc, she asked, what is IISc? So I put in a few slides just to explain what IISc is for those who don't know. But before I do that, let me start with a story. The story is of Genesis space probe. This is a probe that was launched by NASA in August 2001 in order to collect particles from solar wind about 1.6 million kilometers from the Earth. And it was supposed to launch a parachute upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere so that it doesn't get destroyed or disturbed, so that these precious solar particles could be collected relatively safely. 3 years down the line, it relaunched, it re-entered the Earth's surface, Earth's atmosphere, and oops, instead of opening the parachute, it just hit the ground. Why did it happen? Well, because as designed and as correctly manufactured according to the design, 2 of the switches that were supposed to be put in a certain way was put back to front. And so essentially it's a faulty design which costed, and as a result of that, the 2 switches which are supposed to operate as sensors to show deceleration to the object as it re-entered the atmosphere did not happen, and it never registered to open the parachute. Cost is $250 million US dollars. So design is complex and often can be very complex, and design is important. Okay, so what is IISc? Well, this is the aerial view of IISc. If you do a Google Earth of Bangalore, you will find a little forest in the middle of the city, and that's Indian Institute of Science. Very brief overview, it's one of the most prestigious research institutions in the country, 40 plus departments, 400 plus faculty members, 3,500 students, about 3,000 now in PhD and the rest masters. A substantial proportion of all research papers published from India in engineering, of course on science, are from IISc. It's the only engineering school in the country which is within the top 75 to 100 engineering schools in the world, according to Shanghai ranking this year. It is one of the 3 strategic universities with Boeing outside the US, the other 2 being Cambridge in the UK and Tsinghua in China. It's about 100 plus years old institution, and Center for Product Design and Manufacturing, CPDM, is one of the youngest. It's about 12 years old, which was established to pursue excellence in education, research, and industrial interaction in design and manufacturing. It has a Master's in Design program, which takes graduate engineers and architects and input, and train them in technical, aesthetic, and ergonomic aspects. And creation of working prototypes that are functional with aesthetic ergonomic appeal is a central element of this program. About 30% of the master's projects are patentable as technology patents. We also have a PhD and MSc program in design research. So one of the first formal PhD programs in design in India, working in the areas of creativity, collaboration, eco-design, safety, product lifecycle management, human factors, virtual reality, and so on. It's one of the biggest PhD programs in the country right now. Over 40 plus PhD students who are pursuing PhD, and about 30 plus PhD students already graduated. We also do some product development practice through a joint venture with various companies. It's also chosen as one of the first design innovation center hubs by the MHRD in India, and also as one of the Indo-US centers for excellence in sustainable manufacturing. So when compared with some of the best design schools which are heavily research-based, such as Cambridge, Delft, Stanford, and CMU, its publications also fare quite favorably. Okay, we have strong industry outreach programs with various companies and very strong academic links with Harvard,
TU Delft, Cambridge, NTNU, Norway, and so on. We also run one of the biennial design research conferences in the country called ICORD, to which some of you have already presented papers. So what is design? I'll not get into that, so I'll just quickly go through the slide. I'm basically using what Herbert Simon described as design, which is a planning for changing current situations to preferred ones. Okay, so here is an example. People going 2 to 5 kilometers every day in groups to fetch water for themselves and also wash their clothes. You know, can we make a plan to make it changed? And there can be different desired situations, one of which may be a washing machine that is used using mechanical power and so on. Okay, need not be the best solution, but that's how design works. So design is a plan, and designing is how a design is developed. And with that, you can look at designs that can be for technical systems like a power plant, educational systems like a Montessori method, and legal systems and social systems and so on, of course. So what do we teach our budding designers or engineers in this particular case? So one of the work that we had done, and the reference is there up there, is to analyze the biography of 12 outstanding engineers to see whether there are common traits among them. And you see some of the usual suspects in the list. And what did we find? We found some 10 very important common traits among them. And I'm going to highlight 4 of those. One is they all had, and I think one of the previous speakers already touched upon some of them, very diverse interests and very high levels of curiosity. Another is that they had a very strong drive to solve problems, achieve goals. And the third one that I want to touch upon is learning. They learned all the time. How do we create our environment so that the learning is a continuous process? And the fourth is a strong element of knowledge. Okay, and this knowledge comes in both product knowledge and process knowledge. I'll explain in a moment. So these are the common working patterns in these individuals. They learned both in problem-driven and in curiosity-driven environments. So sometimes they were exploratory and sometimes they were problem-driven. They were learning from synthesis activities as well as analysis activities. So both of them were important for them. So each of them has its own merits in terms of pedagogy. How does it look within the Indian design teaching scenario if you take that as a metaphor? Largely, and I'm making some generalization here, the technical schools are focusing on technical functions, and primarily they are training the students in the analysis aspects, although there are some exceptions. Whereas the design schools primarily are training their students in synthesis aspects in non-technical functions, so functions that are the other way around. And therefore, there are broad gaps in terms of how do we train our students to synthesize for technical functions and to analyze in a hard-nosed way about non-technical functions. And these are 2 areas where we are also strongly lacking in research. Research is a very important element of design. Many schools are already doing that. We need to do more of that. So where do we draw our knowledge in design? Well, it's already touched upon. Let me put it that design uses knowledge from society, business, technology, and ecology, and develops or integrates this knowledge to provide value to society to fulfill its needs. So we need to teach or expose our students to all these 4 kinds of knowledge. So here is my 10-point agenda in terms of what should we teach. Of course, we have already talked about it, design as an integrating theme, design thinking as the common approach. But we also need to expose our students into different types of designs. See, technology is also designed. It doesn't suddenly come from the earth. Okay? Product, of course, is designed, and we are all exposed to that, but services are designed. And most importantly, businesses are designed. So how do we expose them to all these 4 in a coherent, integrated manner? And because we are talking about in education and engineering institutions, technology should be taken as the central element. We ought to train our students to create functional designs that are aesthetic, ergonomic, and so on. And as Professor Ejirao said, there is also aesthetic in how you create technologies, how you create engineering designs. It's not just a monopoly of the artists. We need to, in the process, train them in the importance of teamwork, the importance of skills and prototyping, the importance of domain knowledge, of course, of society, technology, business, and so on, but also the importance of process knowledge, the importance of intuition, imagination, independent thinking, but also the importance of methodology, structured process, because you cannot imagine a Boeing 787 with 20 to 50,000 parts to be just designed like that without systematic thinking. And the importance of observation learning and most importantly research. So I'm just closing. So we want to have a strict, we follow a strict structured design process while providing for the individual differences across students, strong technical orientation, immersion into user environment, emphasis on realizability, learning by doing, research into design. And by design or by default, we have been largely working on products that meet social needs. So this is a very broad view of the curriculum. I'm just going to give you the headings. There are courses on tools and skills, methodology, engineering, management, practice, and most importantly, reflection. So here is one example of what I'm talking about. It's a handheld hair dryer with no heating element. Okay, so what you are doing here, you are using the effect of swirl and vortices in order to increase the mean free path of contact between hair and air. And the drying force is the difference between the vapor pressure in the air and the saturation pressure at the same temperature. So absolutely no heating required. And then you do the fluid mechanics of that so as to ensure that this happens in the best possible manner. And then you couch it in a usable and aesthetic looking. So the hair dryer is just moved around like that, and as a result, drying happens. This is another very simple example, a dialysis chair that goes through all the medical positions using just 2 actuators. That's at least one more than anything that is available right now in market anywhere in the world. Okay, so before I close, I just want to invite you to 2 conferences. One is the International Conference on Research into Design, ICOD 2015, 7th to 9th of January. It's a strong research-oriented conference, and followed by that, the 3rd International Conference on Design Creativity, 12th to 14th January 2015. And just to summarize, we are interested in moving from jugaad to structured innovation via immersion, realization, incubation, and reflection. And this is my last slide. This is a poem from Devara Dasimaya, and I think the closing point is that design requires both knowing and doing. If you don't have both, design doesn't quite become complete. So thank you very much for your attention.
So we now have Professor Praveen Mukhopadhyay, who is an alumnus from NID and is now teaching in IIIT Jabalpur. That's one of our IIITs for design and manufacturing. So, Praveen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I have the slides, please? So I'm Praveen Mukhopadhyay from the IIIT Jabalpur. So the title of our presentation today is Looking Beyond the Horizon. So I'll also start with a small story. This is a story related to approaches in design thinking. Right on the slide you see the metaphor of 2 birds. The left is a vulture, a special category of vulture which can fly pretty high. It is supposed to be one of the highest flying birds. And on the right is a category of goose, a family of goose, which is said to be crossing the Himalayas. So both are birds, both fly high in the sky. They look at the earth beneath. But the vulture, its focus is exclusively on the dead bodies. Whereas the other one, it looks at the earth as a whole. Now we think that design thinking is at this brink. A school is like the vulture, very much focused on a particular thing. There is another school of thought whose thought process is very much holistic. It looks at the entire picture. Fortunately for us, in design is very fluid, and we can draw a metaphor of design from egg. You go to any restaurant and you see more or less all the menus are there on the menu card except for egg. Next to egg it is written to order. So if you want to go for omelette, you want to go for boiled egg, poached egg, whatever it be. So design more or less can go into these 4 frameworks. Product, it can be a space, including moving space like automobile or a ship, or a space like this room. It can go into the realm of interaction, that is interacting with a particular technology through modalities or channels. And it can also deal with service design. But the fact of the matter is, whatever we said and done, there is a bifurcation in design among the schools. Some schools are very specific on serious designs like, let's say, orthopedic implant, artificial limb, laparoscopic instrument, which requires high-scale technical knowledge and skills to design. There's another category called non-serious design, let's say mobile phone icon design, or similar stuffs like that. So, but whatever we said and done in this, apart from these two bifurcations, there is a common link which plays a very important role in these two categories of design. And that common link is human factors or ergonomics. We were trying to equate that in a technical institution, which was the topic given to us, what could be the rough template or framework for design at the undergraduate level and as well as the postgraduate level. So since at IIIT, we are offering the first 3 courses and the 4th one is possibly going to come in the long run, we have tried to equate in this manner. CAC is computer science and engineering. It could act as a good back-end support for interaction design, we thought. Mechanical engineering we have could act as a good back-end support for product and space design. Similarly, electronics and communication engineering could act as a good back-end support for display and control design. I'm talking about any complex display control, like Professor Chakrabarti was talking about Boeing 747 or a submarine display or a nuclear power plant display, etc., etc. And biomedical engineering can form a good back-end support for medical equipment design. And management service sciences, if we have, they can form a good back-end support for service design. So in this manner, we felt that it is possible to bring close the engineers and the designers and make them work hand in hand for a common goal or a common purpose. So the question is, what could be the format? Of course, there are many formats. A lot of these formats we have talked together. And one of those many formats could be that we could have a common foundation course. A common foundation course in design for all the undergraduates in different branches of engineering. It could be. There could be a provision for electives, and there could also be a provision for more open electives in the subsequent semesters, so that students have the option to choose whatever directions they want to move. Now, when it comes to technical innovation, we feel definitely a holistic thinking is required, creativity is required. But I agree with the previous speaker that only creativity will not lead us to anywhere. It needs to be empowered by technical knowledge or technology. That is very important. And more important is the user-centric approach, because ultimately we do everything for the user or the human being. So the limitations, the structure, the ambition, aspiration of human being has to be focused into and taken into considerations before we can talk on technical innovations. Now, how can design thinking take place in a non-design disciplines? Well, one of our approach was that it could be a project-based approach, what one speaker highlighted. The students could be given a project to work upon, and as they work on the project, they learn the nitty-gritties of design thinking. We can have live classroom projects from the industry which can be implemented. But at the back of the mind, we also always have to keep at the back of the mind that the user is the God and we are designing for them. Technology or design is ultimately for the user, and if the user purpose is not met, it falls flat. For design to have an impact in the society, we feel that since 70% of the population stays in rural India, these could be some of the sectors where design should focus on more. One is craft. I'm talking about craft in terms of process design, workstation design, hand tool design, agriculture. I'm again talking about agricultural implement design, agricultural process design, non-motorized transportation in rural India, especially animal-drawn transportation, and of course rural health. And what I missed out here is rural education. If you can focus on these sectors, I think it will have tremendous impact, and the poor people of the country or the 70% of those people who stay in rural India will feel what design is and how design can do good for them. Now, the content of design education in technical institutes and design institutes was one of the points which was raised. Could it be same? I would rather say, should it be same? I don't think it should be same. Why? Standalone design institutes have a different mandates. Technical institutes with design departments have a different mandates. Their students, their faculties have different aspirations. So whatever design curriculum is designed, it should be calibrated against the ethos of the institute. So these are some of the approaches to common courses that we highlighted, UG and PG. But whatever we said and done here also, we are focusing more on open electives, we are focusing more on projects, and we are focusing more on holistic design and not only engineering design. We are not against engineering design, but we are saying that it should not be only engineering design. Similarly, at the PG level also, a similar approach. Some of the contents of UG could be fundamentals of design, human factors, workshop skills, user study, in which our engineers are pretty weak. They don't know how to collect data from the field, how to do observational study, so we can expose them to these. Similarly, PG-based content could be elective-based, touching on design fundamentals like visual, product, service, and management. Depending on the interest of the students, we can have research masters. We can have theses in design for masters also, or thesis in design for PhD. When it comes to calibrating our curriculum in Indian context for the global platform, we feel that the content could be remaining similar, but the sector-specific approach can change because the need and approach of each country is different. So we can go by the same fundamental principles of design, but we can change the approach depending on what the demand of the specific country is. But the million-dollar question we always fight among ourselves, engineering versus design. I would not go into that. We were trying to look at some of the factors which can stick engineering with design. So this is what some of these subjects we dug out. Management, necessary for designer and engineer both. Human factors, very necessary for engineers, designers. Safety, product reliability. Manufacturing and product reliability. So the pedagogy for the studio-based hands-on practice, when it comes to, we talk about two types of timetable system. One is a block timetable system and a semester system. We are in favor of a combination of both. Possibly when it comes to skill-based approach, a block timetable is better. When it comes to theory, a semester system is better because it gives students the time to absorb the theoretical contents. To build a design ecosystem in the country, I believe that these could be some of the steps, like faculty exchange between technology design institutes. Similarly, students exchange, joint student projects, and joint design consultancy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way. When we look at the horizon, we look at the horizon because we like it. The sun sets at the horizon, the sun rises at the horizon. But the fact of the matter is that the design has traveled a long way. Today, design is conceived in country A, it is manufactured in country B, and it is used by the users in country C. So we can't remain confined only at the horizon. It is time we rise up and learn looking beyond the horizon. Thank you.
So again, to change the narrative, I'll ask now Peter and Scully to come in, to move from institutions to outside what government does.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for having me here. I'm more of an observer since I do not come out of academia. I'm a designer involved in textile design, products for fashion, something that will seem very frivolous after considering what goes into designing a nuclear power plant. But it's been a fascinating workshop and very interesting for myself. Just so that you know, I'm a foreigner to India. No, I do not. I've lived in Delhi for 7 years, and I've been traveling to India for 30 years. I've worked with handcrafted textiles, and I have a great love and a passion for the Indian culture. So in a way, my observing and my inputs, even just as a sort of a foreign observer, could be of interest. I think the fact that we're sitting here is a great testimony to at least some very good impulses to try to bring design to the fore and really put an emphasis on it. Although, as many of you have already pointed out and know very well, design already exists in all of your institutions. In fact, I don't draw the big separation between engineers and designers, because as a fashion designer, as a textile designer, I became aware long ago that if I'm designing a print for a fabric, perhaps after the work is finished, the artwork, the paint on paper, or now we use CAD rooms as you all, most work has become digital. Perhaps there might be some artistic merit in that design, in the same way the drawings of Eiffel or Da Vinci would have artistic merit to frame them or put them on the wall or look at them. But in the end, all of our designs, for what I do, is just a way to communicate information. If I'm creating a textile design, I'm putting paint on paper in order to tell the screen maker how to make that screen. It's a technical process. And in the end, we can throw out the artwork because we'll have the screen is made and the textiles have been printed. So in my training, we have been trained in the technical aspects of textile design. There's textile science, there's the processing, there's the chemistry that goes into the dyes and the pigments. And then there's a whole nother realm that we call style and fashion. And I think it's interesting that for our purposes here, or for planning a curriculum review or to institute a curriculum, we have to be very clear on the nomenclature and what we're calling design, because there are the technical aspects and there are the aesthetic aspects. Again, I know you're all aware of this, in a way much more so than myself, but I experience it in the business world, in the fashion world. I think, and we were asked to use case studies. If we look at Apple, which is a great and a very obvious and easy company to look at, we can see this integration. You know, just 6 months ago, the lead programmer left the company, and they combined. The design studio is now responsible for all of the programming as well. And the head of design is not a mathematician, is not a computer programmer, but he's now responsible for all of Apple's software, which is quite extraordinary. And I'll use that as an example, and I'll use myself as a case study as well, just because it might be informative as you think about your students. When I went to school to study textile design, as I briefly mentioned earlier, I was probably born to be a painter and a storyteller, but I had to go into a commercial endeavor to earn money, to survive. So I ended up, because of a very good instructor, being led into textile design, and I found myself at a design school, a fashion school. And there I was taught the fundamentals, the technical fundamentals, and the aesthetics, or they tried to give me a foundation of aesthetics for designing textiles for fashion. Somehow I was never satisfied. For myself, it seemed as if textiles, it was a small detail in what attracted me to design. And what attracted me to design, albeit really from the aesthetic side, was the art, with the cultural aspects. And I was always annoyed that I was learning what seemed like a detail in a world of excitement that I wanted to be involved with, really a much broader world. And I was always curious to learn more about where would these products end up, what would they get turned into, and then as an employee, I was always curious who the customers were, what the, what the costs were, and the technical processes. It was years spent in factories learning the technical aspects of textile design, which have made me a successful stylist or purveyor of aesthetics. So now I'm known, and I'm very successful as a fashion designer, but I'm very, very mindful of all of the technical aspects that go into making me a successful fashion designer. And I say this simply to say that if you're training the country's product designers, engineers, let's look to Apple to see they have imparted, along with their magnificent technical engineering, a very high aesthetic sensibility. And this is the competitive environment that we're now working in. So if your students are going to be employed by companies that are involved in creating any kind of consumer product for the marketplace, then this idea of the aesthetics of style is going to make them much better equipped to design and engineer the products that they'll be asked to engineer, and they'll be much adding much more value to the organizations that they join after graduation. So that's basically what I wanted to share, because so much of what has been said is along the lines of holistic design, integral design, this idea that, if you look behind the product, it should look as beautiful as the front does. There were examples, and people touched on it, this idea that scientists, there's an element of design in science. All we need to do is look at nature to see the ultimate design. The idea that the functioning and the design, the technical aspects of organisms, it's linked with the aesthetics. So I would encourage you, this idea and this tension also, just two last points. One is I've been a little bit amused during many conversations in India about the angst that I perceive amongst Indians about Indian design. And even Aman touched on it a little bit, this idea that there's concern that we're just mimicking from outside, we're adopting from outside. And while I understand the complicated dynamics that go into the current mindset and the frustration by those who are maybe more sophisticated or more enlightened or more exposed to the impulse of the Indian marketplace to desire things from outside more than from homegrown. And I say this as a director of a company that's making Indian-made textiles. I was confused once years ago when I saw a product and it had a label on it that said export quality. And for all of you, you know exactly what that means. For myself, coming from New York, I was confused. I didn't know what it meant because where I was coming from, there aren't two standards. For many, many years, as you know, and still it continues, there are two standards. One that is up to snuff to be exported, to be accepted by, and it involves economics, and the other is for domestic consumption. And I think that there's a lot of frustration and bad sentiment towards all of the imports, but we have to recognize why that exists. It's because of the inferior quality for for so many years. So, and that's another sort of challenge to the educational system here, to the companies here, to the organizations here, to the designers here, that design is not just style and fashion, and you might say, you know, this guy does frocks, what does he know about designing a nuclear? Design involves also the integrity of the product and the quality of the product. And as the critical mass of consumers can afford and demand a higher quality, there's an opportunity for Indian makers, because I'll tell you, and some of the protective instincts of the government to protect local industry, I understand it and I recognize it. There's an opportunity for Indian makers to make the highest quality, not just to export, but for now the growing demand internally. So export quality, maybe someday our children growing up in India won't understand what that means. I have many more things that I wanted to share. I didn't bring a formal presentation, and I didn't want to just show you slides of my work because I didn't think it was relevant. But the idea of bringing to the engineering schools aesthetic foundations. Yes, sorry, the last point was this angst that I perceive about Indian design and an Indian identity. In one hand, like the feelings towards imports, I recognize why it exists. But look, I was born and raised in New York. I don't consider myself an American designer, even if occasionally in my propaganda I might claim that because it might suit the commercial ends. I'm a designer. I'm a designer, and I feel like the whole world is there for me to draw inspiration from, including India and Indian heritage. Now, there's a great place for educating designers and engineers about the tremendously rich Indian culture, and to counteract maybe some of the negative feelings that have come about through historic circumstances. So I recognize the importance of a very strong heritage type of education from which to draw from. But I can tell you that we don't have to fret about Indian designers just being co-opted by the West or by the developed countries. I'm a firm believer that as the pendulum swings and growth and wealth creation shifts to Asia, and India being the tremendously creative country that it is, we don't have to worry, and institutes cannot define what Indian style will be. Individual Indian designers will do that. We're already seeing it happening, and it's a very exciting time for Indian design. So that's what I wanted to share.
So before we move on to the next speaker, we can maybe go around the table 10 minutes, and I'll ask Pradeepta Banerjee from IIT Roorkee to say a few words. Pradeepta, you or no? Pradeepta's made a whole proposal for a design innovation center in IIT Roorkee, and he's got an amazing team that is putting together all kind of trying to find an integration between binaries like science, art, culture, technology, etc., and grounding that in his work for Uttarakhand, etc. So Pradeepta, why don't you say something on how you're looking at design?
Yeah, I think, at IIT Roorkee, I wanted to talk about, rather than design in general, we're looking at two centers that we have. One is the Center for Urban Design and Development, which looks at urban space as a design metaphor. And we also have the Center for Design and Innovation as part of the Innovation Hub. And what we thought was that overarching this could be what we would call as a school for design. And essentially, rather than have a teaching pedagogy in place, we thought that would probably work with the workshop module. Essentially workshops at different levels, workshops for students, essentially, for example, introduce them to the concept of creative space, something like things that Dr. Abuji talked about. and then also use of equipments which we're going to be having in the Center for Design Innovation to be able to use those. The other workshop modules that we are looking at is essentially interaction with users. For example, one of my faculty members, Smriti Saraswat, she is working with the artisans of Uttarakhand, where essentially the whole idea is how to develop a sustainable model for their income. And what she's probably looking at is how to use the crafts that exist in Uttarakhand and bring it into the habitat, maybe interior and maybe something like what we saw, the exterior. So those are the kinds of things that, but that requires a lot of interaction with the artisans. So that's another workshop module. So this is what we thought was that the workshop module would be the pedagogical system that we'd be working on. And of course, I like the idea of the common foundation course for design, but we have to evolve that. So those are the kinds of things that we are looking at. Of course, we have another faculty member who's here today, Gaurav Raheja, who works on barrier-free design, because I think even habitat design today is not barrier-free. We're looking at barrier-free design, what's known as universal design. So these are, of course, we build on our expertise from within and without to see how our School for Design can work. So it's a little bit different from what we've been hearing.
The two immediate invitations coming out of this was IDRQ's engagement with projects that try to integrate science and cultures, as one common pedagogy for engineering students and the IITs, Sandhi as you call that. So that's an invitation to everyone to join in. There's also the issue of rebuilding, rebuilding a disaster-torn Uttarakhand, and therefore looking at ecology-sensitive design systems. And then also, the third one, and that includes the integration of craft and creative economies. So we hope that we soon have a workshop which you can organize and bring together some of the people who might be interested. We also have a web page in which you're going to be posting all these ideas, and some of that can come there. Partha Chakravarti, Director ID Kharagpur, may I ask you to make a couple of presentations?
Yeah.
Can you have
My presentation is there.
all the speakers?
Can I have the just anything? On?
Slot, but it's trying to make directors not fall asleep. Institutional, a lot of ideas have come. It's an attempt to make the institutional heads make commitments on the table. That you can make them live.
So, thank you. IIT Kharagpur, as you know, has a department of architecture, and then we also have departments on engineering, design, manufacturing, School of Infrastructure Design. We are working to discuss with you all the creative aspects in a separate presentation. So I will just share with you the reasons why I came to this. And I was very happy to hear, because I'm a computer scientist, I was just sitting to hear, so I was very happy to hear the name of Herb Simon twice being talked about here. So my presentation to you is actually the reasons why I came to learn and what I have come to learn on, so that we can set up our things here. So it's not me saying something, these are all questions to you. Questions to the community,
which I expect to learn something from. So my overall aims were threefold. We wanted to understand what is it that will help bridge this large canvas that all of us are calling design, and we are hearing it all the time, that covers generic to specific, abstractions to concrete, and we are all talking about a confluence of concepts, themes, domains that nurtures both perfection and completeness. We are talking about novelty and usefulness. We are talking about viability. We are talking about aesthetics. So what is it? What is it that will bridge this? What is that next? So we are talking about the technology, artists are separate, but in ancient times they were not. They were all the same. They were both scientists as well as artists. So we want to create a pedagogy for the scholastic and academic programs that nurtures this confluence, and with adequate nourishments from the art, science, and engineering principles. And thirdly, exactly what Dr. Sam Petroda said, we want to determine what is that next generation technology-based platform for students. What is that platform? Because that platform is something we want to develop. What is that platform that all of you think is relevant, important for us to develop? So in order to do that, according to me, according to whatever I understand, there are some fundamental challenges or limitations of the current methods. And whatever I have been hearing, my knowledge is very weak, but still I want to know, are there some fundamental abstractions that cover most of these concepts? We are talking about from service to everything else. Are there any fundamental abstractions? If so, what are they? How do we embed creativity within a grammar? Softness within the rigor, that's what we are asking. How do we analyze it syntactically? How do we define the semantics? These are the issues which are very fundamental to create that next generation of pedagogy. How, in what language do we express design intent? Or do we say design intent doesn't exist? It's just something that comes out of my head. And then we have an implementation. How do we measure that this implementation is good? We are talking about this goodness. And we have this criteria. We have discussed that quantitative criteria don't always work. We have multiple views, and we have this elusive eureka. Then we are talking about so many domains. We are hearing people with so many domains. How do we compile them? What do we provide to that next generation? This whole set of knowledge that we heard today, how do we provide it to that next generation designer? How do we do that? That is the question. We are talking about there are silos, we need to bridge silos. The question is, how do we break that barrier? Is it going to break very slowly in the next 100 years? Or is there a mechanism to just break it? And then this concept of design knowledge, how do we provide very, very rapid access to design knowledge? So these are, according to me, some fundamental limitations. I don't have a single diagram. So according to me, no, I don't need a diagram. I need the solution to whatever we have been discussing today. I need to know how to go ahead. That's what I don't need to, I don't know. I'm very excited, but I still don't know the solution, I'll go back knowing nothing. Very excited, then go back, zero. So I need to know what is that abstraction language for design. What is it? What is it that combines diagrams, text, formulae, grammar, recursion, ensembles, layerings, multiple views? What is it? Secondly, I want to know what are the analytical foundations of any design. Whether you're designing a government, all of you must have heard of Stafford Beer, who tried to design a new government, and as Amarnathji pointed out, obviously the person who called him to design the government was shot dead by a dictator. So, you met the dictator. So, but then I think on all aspects of design, whether it's service, whether it's a government, whether it's a product, whether it's anything, there are some very, very fundamental concepts that transcends everything that amends itself to analysis. And that is embedding. That is the concept of flow. That is the concept of connection, the concept of refinement, the concept of measures, the concept of proportions, all of them cut across everything. So for example, when you have flows, then you talk about reachability. This reachability is from visual reachability to government reaching people to everything. And I believe that there is that elusive science. And that, I think, for the scientists and the engineers, it will lead to a new mechanism. We need new books. We need new books which cover, we have been hearing people talk about engineering design, art design, creative design, and we have been seeing fundamental principles across them. We need books, we need new course material, literature that is polythematic in nature while maintaining the core of design. People have talked about case studies, knowledge and everything, and also talked about skill development. So we need from all of you, what are the foundations of this pedagogy? Because if I'm a very hardcore engineer and I want to design the course called design. So I really want to know within the next few months whether I'll be able to do it or not. So, and the other thing I need is a next generation tool. What is that tool for the designer? Which builds in geometry, which shows them the abstract flow of government policy going down to people, or money going down, or air circulation going through. All of them will have a fundamental mechanism. And therefore there needs to be a fundamental tool. And that tool must have a mechanism for rapid design, creation, refinement and evaluation. Must. Then it must be knowledge intensive with analytical simulation, visualization, data mining. With this huge data mining capability, we should be able to, the proportions which Amarnath showed, or some mathematical sequences that come up. People have discovered it. Today with tools, they can come out. People can simply analyze diagrams and find out the geometry. They should be able to do. But these tools, obviously, there will be huge, you have AutoCAD, you have a design for chemical plants, you have other designs. This tool should sit on top of all of them and interoperate. This is the tool I believe we need at the highest level of design. And we need a large body of knowledge of design to be systematically collated in a suitable manner for rapid association-based retrieval. Without this next generation tool, we are again going to spend hours on end, trying to refine very simple things. We are not going to create that new generation which says that science and art of design are not different. We know both of them. We are going to create a people who are like us only, and I don't think we want to do that. Sorry and thank you.
So
I want that output to take back. That's why I'm sitting here awake. She's angry with me. I'm checking emails. I can answer an exam. I've heard everything.
No, so Partha, you get a D school right away. That's a design school, and everybody here around the table ought to be offering the support to ID curriculum setting up with design school. Obviously, they need one so the design language starts flowing in. Since the rest of the ID curriculum team has got a flight to catch, bad design for a timetable today, I'm going to let them make their presentation. So Joy Sain and his team. But this is not an ID curriculum monopoly, so just make it because they have a flight to catch after this. Then we'll again open up the house for some more people to speak who've not had a chance to speak before we start the next series of formal presentations. So, curriculum sitting inside there.
Okay, I think let's set the slides on. A very good afternoon. I think it's between the presentation and catching a flight. So that's one issue. The other issue is here is a presentation of 8 minutes where we are punching in 3 of us. I, Shoikot, and Hoimunti. So that's a very tough thing to do. I think Partho or PPC made everything straight. It's basically, I like to refer to a story. This is like a month back in IIT Kharagpur when Professor Desai, Sharma, and PPC, they were all in a table and they were talking about a possibility of a language of design. And they were arguing and they were converging. So I was in that table. So we got inspired. So, and I think from there, I had a talk with PPC who had been to Varanasi with Professor Sangal, and we were exposed to Varanasi, all its variety. And then I sat with our team, that's Hoimunti and Shoikot. And here is an arrogance. We have tried to work out a language for design. Yeah. Okay. So we just wanted to ask some questions. I mean, what is design? So we thought design is like a holistic streamline. It assimilates, it consolidates. It's a cyclic flow which combines a lot of things over time, like history and civilization, language. I think all that came in all the presentations that precedes us. So given this premise, we had a very interesting setup. We proposed a diagram and we asked some basic question. Is there a language of design? Where is that language? Is it there at the deeper layer or is it at the surface? If there is a deeper layer, what is the deepness? Is there something which can be done from the ground to connect the deeper layer? And are there things in between which sort of optimizes? So given this premise, we like to propose a few things which could be of interest. These are like teaser diagrams. So let's go on to some of the cases next. So here are some icons to build forms to technology which comes from different layers of history. The basic questions are there points of convergence or is it all divergent? There is no common language of design. So let's have a look at them. On the top, we have, there are different products of history, of culture, of religion. The one on the left comes from something like 2,300 years back. Then we have the symbols coming from, say, 2,000 to 1,800 years back. And then we have a very recent diagram. They are not related, they are like different things altogether. But when you look deep into it, you see some kind of a cycle. You see a circle with like 4 quadrants and 4 poles on 4 sides, and we see some kind of an iteration. Like the Buddhist cycle or the Christian cycle and the Carnot cycle, they're all based on temperature, like the seasonal temperature, the iteration of the Easter, and the moving in of the isothermals and the adiabatic. That's very interesting. And when we look at patterns, like when we create a city like Auroville, we get a spiral, and the same spiral becomes a galaxy at a very large scale, And that same spiral becomes an agent of destruction when it becomes a cyclone. So is there a language in nature which sort of cuts through a design of a city, the creation of a natural form as vast as a galaxy, or a very moving dynamic form like a cyclone? These are like questions which you're trying to ask. Next. So from topology, we move on to some built space, So on the one hand, we have a footprint of a temple, which is a mandala, and then we have the Char Bagh, the 4 square, which is the Taj Mahal, and then we have the St. Peter's, the Basilica. When we look at all these footprints, there's a very interesting thing. All of them, they have a quadrangle, they have a 4 square, and they're all based on a certain assumption, which is like in the Indian case, it's from the Vedas. In the case of Taj Mahal, it's from Judaism, the Garden of Eden, and in the Christian church, it's from the kirk, which means the circle. It's going on and on. So these are very, very interesting things which comes from the understanding of built spaces and flows. Next, when we look at a Buddhist church and a Gothic cathedral, we see a striking similarity. We have the nave, we have the aisle, we have the apse, that semicircular thing. I mean, they're not related across space and time. They're in 2 different parts of the world. But how come like 2 different groups of people in 2 different parts of the world came to a certain kind of a common solution? If they're related, then they liked each other. If they're not related, then they have a common language of design. So it's either way. Next. So we also have very interesting thing like textures. We had a very interesting talk about textures and patterns. So there's a texture which comes from the Kashmiri carpet, the Persian carpets. There's a texture in the city planning, as old as Mohenjo-daro, which is right on the top middle, to say the Garden City Beautiful design, which was done in Chicago in 1893. So the same pattern flows through the city forms. And then we have textures which are used in computer algorithm. Charles Babbage used that he followed the room and walked on the iterations, the going down and the coming up of the needle. So the texture runs between the weaving, which is loom, and then to a city, and finally computer algorithm. So these are very interesting questions we can raise. So given this, we have just gone a little ahead, and we wanted to have a very interesting look at a city, and we are largely exposed to that in our visit to IIT BHU just a week back. And we decided to have an exploration of the city. It's over to Hoymanti. She'll share a few important things on what could be done from sacred geometry to the footprint of the city itself. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. The history of Varanasi speaks basically of a continuous process of city development, where every single activity has left its mark in the process of design. Now, here the Gedesian philosophy of place, folk, and work have got a new dimension by the grafting of a cosmic phenomena on a terrestrial plane. Like if we see the profile, the crescent that is formed, the sacred crescent that is formed, probably reminds us of a pattern which is formed of the 12 Adityas or the 12 sun. But this is not an isolated phenomena. Probably we see the same thing being repeated from Judea to Babylon, as we can see here, the sacred crescent being marked there also. Next, please. If we look at the position of Varanasi with respect to the Indian subcontinent, what we see that it has got a very special location. Its alignment, the linear alignment, the cyclical alignment, the sacred pattern, the sacred geometry, that is the swastika pattern that there is, probably accounts for these over 3,000 years of global assimilation and the flow that has happened here, especially at the Ghats. Next, please. Now, the story of the Ghats. Human beings have a natural tendency to get attracted to large water bodies. Now, here in the Ghats, we see a very distinct pattern. We see a transformation. Now, this transformation probably is the result of not the activities of a few religious-minded people or the Tirthankaras, but the interaction of the general people with the water body, with the Ghats. And it's a very unique example where probably the daily activity of the people have got beautifully accommodated in the sacred geometry of the Ghats. Next, please. Here, we see another very important thing where we see the example of the modulation of the built forms. Now, Varanasi is a city which probably provides a setting for individual, secluded, isolated spiritual experience to a holistic and mass spiritual experience. Well, probably which takes the shape of some kind of a socio-cultural festival. This reminds us of some kind of a design approach where probably we move from part to the whole, but where the part also is a whole. Next, please. Now, Varanasi is a city probably which teaches us that there is a distinct design language which is a part of a larger system. Now I will hand over the mic to my colleague, Professor Shoikat Pal, who will be elaborating more on the system approach of design.
So in the earlier slides, we have seen some kind of a pattern which is replicated at spatial and temporal scale. Now, if we see, there are deeper fractalizations which is embedded in beehives, or it is embedded in Buckminster's Fuller's dome, in which each unit in this ensemble is a whole, but I mean, when it is assembled together, there is an orchestration in the design. So, I mean, the concept of cybernetics and beyond, that is a state of, I mean, a higher state is achieved when we see the design at a holistic level. So, those 4 levels that we have been trying to talk about
in the earlier slides are embedded in all the different designs that we see. I mean, if we scale up the universal design approach, we see the universal design pyramid, I mean, pyramid of inclusion. We see at the bottom level, we have the universal design, and as we go to the top, there is, I mean, the level of inclusion is increased to the highest level of personal assistance, which is implemented in some of the design examples that are elaborated here. Now, the social systems that are the cities can be again, shown in the Polanyi's epistemological investigation knowledge conversion process, which talks about the implicit and the explicit values which are reflected in the design, and which is follows the iterative principle, which again is based upon Thomas Kuhn's process of scientific evaluation, which talks about a recursive approach, which says that with time, even a planned intervention may lead to increasing entropy within the system. So again, what we were talking about is the different 4 levels. That is the basic level of the awareness level, which is the most peripheral level. Then as we move up, we go to the functional application level, the expert level, and the highest level of competence, which needs some level of propositional knowledge. So as a pedagogy, design pedagogy that has to be taught in the college, we can introduce the courses at these 4 levels of hierarchy, wherein we try to build up the knowledge so that by the time a student finishes his course, he can have the highest level of competence or the propositional knowledge which will get him to an expert level or the highest level of competence. Yeah, so we just summarize in a minute and we are done. So what we are saying next is that, yeah, so on the one hand, we are moving from the parts to the whole, it's an evolving process. And on the farther hand, next, is always latent and it's very active from inside. So this is something very interesting which can be explored. In effect, we are moving from a hierarchy of various levels of design to some kind of a totality which we call a holarchy. These are very interesting premises of understanding which are coming up in the cybernetic approach of design, which is beyond the scope of this presentation. So the whole thing next can be proposed like this, is that we start with a ground reality which is fed by instincts. Then we move on to logic and reason, which is optimization. And if someone gets really creative from there, he moves on to the level of inspiration, which is based on imaginations, the variations, the various paintings in the mental scape of creation. And from there is a possibility he or she reaches a meta state, which is the seed, which is right at the top. So in effect, we are defining the episteme and the ontological foundations of our entire systems approach of design. So on the one hand, we are centrifugal, we are optimizing. On the other hand, we are centripetal, we are becoming creative. So these are some of the possible answers that we like to have. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Joy. And to be able to convert some of these more abstract taxonomies into projects for students and faculty community, a couple of projects that we're thinking on working on through a consortium of IITs, SPAs, NIDs, and therefore opening out to everybody else who's around the table. One is Varanasi, which looks down a spatial site and then builds it up. Could probably be Ajanta, and Shilpa's got a proposal on that. And just to break too much of textuality right now, I suggest we have Shilpa's film right now.
Thank you for the happy opportunity to share my work. I have just completed a feature-length animated film. It's a 2D animated film called Gopi Gavaiya, Baga Bajaiya. I'd like to show you a small trailer of the film before I share something about how I went about making the film.
सुनेगा बोलेगा हमको बस नाचेगा गाएगा बजाएगा सामरे जन दलित पिल्ला वरदान चार वरदान भाई को रोक पाए? अगर तुमने ये कर दिया, मैं हम अपनी बेटी का हाथ तुम्हारे हाथ में दे देंगे। हाथ की
तगड़ी घुट्टी बनाओ।
मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया, तू बागा बागा बजैया।
Yeah, the film is 78 minutes long. I'd love to share more of it, but let me just talk to you a little bit about how I made this film. And if there's a little more time, I can show you another clip. Yeah. Well, can we have... Right. My concern has always been about contextualizing animation design. I've been interested in animation, I think, ever since I was a student in art school. And I looked at a lot of world animation and I saw some amazingly rich artifacts. But when I looked to India, I found that there's very, very little to be proud of. Yes. Where is the... Yeah, when you think of animation in India, really you're looking at, either Mickey Mouse, cartoon characters that remind you of Western characters, everything that comes from elsewhere, and nothing much that you can, you can think of as an Indian. And I feel that we've really lacked a voice that is indigenous. And everything, the moment I tell someone, an average person, that yes, I do animation, and they ask me, yes, you do cartoons, and you do cute things, and you do funny things, and you do things for kids only. I feel that's not true at all. Animation's a much more encompassing medium, and we haven't grown too much in that area in India as of now. I thought, yes, I was concerned about this, and let me then jump into the deep end and actually make something that I could, stand up and say, yes, I did something that, that grows from this idea of having an indigenous product. And I made this film, Gopi Gavaya Baga Bajaya, and for me this was a process of resolving this question of identity and revisiting our storytelling traditions. It all started with Upendra Kishore Roy Chowdhury's book. A lot of you must be familiar with Gopi Gayan Baga Bayan, made thoroughly famous by Satyajit Ray, and the classic film by the same name. His film was made in the 60s. The book was written in the early 1900s. Upendra Kishore was, sorry, gone ahead. He was Ray's grandfather. There's a huge legacy there. And about 3 years back, I got this opportunity to illustrate a book written by Gulzar. And he had done a take on Gopi Gayan Baga Bayan, written in Hindi. And I had to do extensive illustrations for the book. And while I was doing it, I thought, this is such a wonderful tale. It really embodies everything that you can put into an animated film. Why don't I make an animated film out of this? I approached CFSI, which is the Children's Film Society, and they have funded the project. And we finally then made this film. While making the film, a lot of concerns that I had about indigenous animation, I tried to bring into practice. First, by deconstructing the whole process, really. Because, as I said, animation is an encompassing medium. It's not just about technology, or it's not just about making images move. There's a lot more than that. It's an applied art form. Even the beginnings of animation, if you go back to the roots of animation, interestingly, you see all kinds of disciplines came into animation, right? From magic and performance and circus and, everything, performing arts, literature, filmmaking. So really, it drew on everything possibly. What we did with this film was we took a lot of cues from what was around us. We used a lot of traditional imagery. We looked at puppetry, essentially, to try and find a way to move our images we were making this fairly staccato looking animation, and we thought, let's have the fun of what a leather puppet can actually do when you're seeing it on in a performance. Let's build on movement from there, rather than just going with all the classical traditions that have been established in the West. For example, if you look at a Disney film, it's butter smooth animation. You get a lot of follow through, and you get very, very cushioned animation. Here we wanted to make it a little more, the way we kind of probably see things, possibly. We looked at many things. We looked at the chaos around us also. So it's not only about looking at traditional things, it's also about being tuned into what we're all about, looking at our contemporary popular culture as well. What you see there is one image from a leather puppet, which is from Karnataka. And we've adopted and adapted that to some of our characters, which you see on the right. Animation really is very, very multidisciplinary. There's a lot of things that you have to kind of take into account to make an animated film, and I've listed a lot of those up there, but really to make a complete story, you have to be engaging with each one of these very, very thoroughly. I have very little time, but let me just go through this. Where this is all coming from is, the fact that one looks back at Indian animation history and you see some watershed moments. This really, our very first film was made by Dada Saheb Phalke. I think it's a very telling thing. He made amazing feature-length films, and it was a time when film stock was very expensive during the wars, and because there was very little film stock, he made this animated film because he needed very little film stock. And the first film he made was a matchstick film, just working with matchsticks under a camera. And it took off from where Emil Cole had made a film on with matchsticks. But then our industry has grown wonderfully, whereas animation stayed where it was. Again, another watershed. Post-independence, we got Claire Weeks to come here to train our animators. He was an American animator, and he had just finished making Bambi, the Bambi film, Disney film. And he was trying to train our Indian animators. And what they did was, they said, let's do a Jatak story, let's base it on Ajanta, and let's have Indian imagery in the film. And what happened was, they had model sheets from Bambi as the inspiration or as the learning process. And they had Ajanta as the sort of the context. And finally what happened was, somehow our Indian animators couldn't make that shift. And really the banyan deer became the avatar of Bambi rather than the Bodhisattva. So again, unfortunate. And as you can see, this is where we still are. We're still dressing our characters from Disney in Indian costumes. We're also still taken up by mythology only and a lot of the technology that's around animation. But I think really we need to research, we need to engage with our medium thoroughly. This is just kind of deconstructing the character. It goes into millions of layers, not millions, but quite a few layers. And we've really experimented with how these can come together to make the kind of movement we've done. And as I said, I think we need to get out of this Disney mode, being obsessive about mythology, and also looking at technology as separate from the whole process. We do have a lot of things to be proud of also, a few things. Some of these may be familiar to you. This beautiful film called Swimmy. There was this film, Ek Anek. These are things people might remember. There's Dream Blanket, there's Printed Rainbow, and there are a few things that, yes, they do stand out as auteur animation. And it's just that we don't have enough. And really that's the angst right now for animation. The good thing is, yes, I was able to make the film, but I think we're still very challenged because we don't make that many films. And how do you disseminate something like this? We still don't have those processes in place. But let me leave you with one last song from the film.
पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया तू बागा बागा बजैया तू है गुल्ला मैं हूँ रस तू है मुल्ला मैं हूँ दाढ़ी मैं हूँ राणा तू पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी मैं चांद तू दाग तू ताल मेरा मैं चांद तू दाग तू ताल मेरा मैं आम तू गुटली तू पटाखा मैं धुंधली तू है गाधा मैं दौलती तू है छटका मैं हूँ बिजली मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया तू बागा बागा बजैया
How much time did it take you to make this film?
So we'll come back to your film when people start sleeping around the table. So thank you for that. And she was also offered to use her expertise in film and animation to do something on Ajanta. And to use and the work she says she could do on Ajanta would probably be both as a film and as an interactive learning process. It can be used and like a whole Ajanta period. And so everybody is invited to join in with this project. We'll be putting it up on the design website. So can we now come back to some more presentations? Chakradhar Saraswati, would you like to make your presentation now? No? So. I said Professor Chakradhar Saraswati right now. Yes, we just take him and then we're just going back to the sequence we had abandoned. Then we come down here. Professor Chakradhar Saraswati. Yeah, we had left some speakers, so we just go down back now.
Thanks to organizers. Yeah. Well, I'm going to present a course actually which is conducted in foundation program. This is 1 year common 2-semester program which is offered before students branch out to the different comes in the second semester, and this is at its background. The true India is to be found not in its few cities but in the 700,000 villages which is said by the Gandhi. Then comes the statement from the Charles Sims in the India report. Lota, that simple vessel of everyday use, stands out as perhaps the greatest, the most beautiful thing. But how would one go about designing a lota? First, one would have to shut out all preconceived ideas on the subject and then begin to consider factor after factor. This course borrows a lot from the Christopher Alexander's Notes on Synthesis of Form, a book he has written after his visit to India in 1960s. You know, in 1961 he was in India before he has written a book, Pattern Language. So he compiled his experiences in the form of Notes on Synthesis of Form, and in which there is one wonderful article on the determination of component for an Indian village. So he says that every design problem begins with an effort to achieve fitness between two entities, the form in question and its context. The form is the solution to the problem, the context defines the problem. The context is that part of the world which puts demand on the form. Everything in the world that makes demands on the form is the context. Now this is where he reiterates and stress much on that it is not anything else. It's not just the pleasure, it's not just an aesthetics, but it's the fitness with the context which is essential for the birth or for the generation or for creation of a new form. And designer is a form maker. Now this is the objective of this particular course. The design cannot exist in isolation. Now it is absolutely essential for a designer to understand fully the social, cultural and physical environment in which his or her design has to operate, so that the design has a meaning and relevance to the people. It is an initiation of the student designer. We prepare students to go to the village. We make them, motivated so that they take up that in-depth study which is supposed to be happening in 2 weeks spread initially, which is proposed as a course to understand the Indian environment and the villages particularly. To study and understand the Indian environment with a designer's responsibility, that is what is emphasized on. It helps broaden one's perception about the Indian environment in terms of cohesive interrelationship and interdependence of its physical components. It helps develop an ability to approach and mix with the people in the environment to share experiences and learn things directly as they happen in the life. It helps develop a holistic perception which integrates different aspects connected to a single object on one hand and various significant events happening over a time cycle related to the same object on the other. It helps form a gradual understanding of the processes and forces shaping an environment. Now here is where I want to show you where exactly this course takes place. This is a representation of all the courses across the year which happens in the Design Foundation program in NID. We write from the bottom, students are given an orientation to the perception, observation and representation in the form of freehand design drawing, then the isometric drawing, then comes the planar and solid courses in planar and solid geometry. Then in basic design we have the course in elements of composition, principles of aesthetics and elements of composition, color and composition. Then comes the material and the sensibilities related to the material properties and the form generation from the variety of material, say for example plastic, planar, solid and the linear materials are explored. Following which comes this course called Space, Form and Structure, in which the students are given input in the meaning, the semantic aspects as well as the storytelling aspects of the visual design. After which follows the course which we are now going to see in the two portfolios of students I am going to show you, is the environmental perception, which was first conceived in 1979 and which was earlier called as the environmental exposure, but later which was being changed to the name which is its present name, what is the environmental perception. It was started by Professor Kumar Vyas as environmental exposures, essentially to sensitize students, to expose students to the real life situations by living with the villagers, by spending time with the village, analyzing, studying, observing, perceiving and forming connections between variety of things which are detrimental into the design decisions, or which are influencing in the iteration, which is an enduring iteration going on in the cultural artifacts in the country. This course becomes an interesting prelude to the design process, which is handled by Professor Ranjan in NID. Now he is retired from NID, but other team of professors is handling this course. Now this slide is to show you that this course in which you are going to see a lot of slides are of the drawings, which are the drawings from observations in the context, to show you that it is not the drawing only, it is this inquiry which begins from the need of an object. What do you think when you look at any context or any object? Students are given this orientation to form thoughts about any system or any object and context before they they start drawing it actually. So we hand over a very long list of, it is not readable, I understand it, but a long list of, the context which are, presented in the book of this determination of form in the, for the Indian village by Christopher Alexander. And students are expected to connect, and approaches are expected to be elaborated at, at micro level and natural and artificial, so that the thoughts are formed. These are the series of binaries which are discussed in the class. Now here is the portfolio of one student, and which I will go through very quickly. Now students start their representation of environmental experiences or impressions in the form of drawings. So students do a recce of the village. They enter to the village and they make a very natural, very organic map of it. So what we call is a map of their experiences. And it is not to the scale, it is just to, represent how they, traveled, how they came across variety of experiences in the village. Student represent, from the map level to the public landmarks, and they understand the context of such kinds of landmarks in a village. And the street views, it is expected that from landmarks you come to the streets, and then you enter into the houses of the people. These are the impressions of the students who are slowly, entering into the houses of the people and studying the variety of systems of storages, systems of cleaning. Here it is not there, but system of maintenance of variety of things, and so students are also encouraged to look at the processes, and the activities which are going on in the villages. Students basically spend time with villages. They develop a very good rapport with the villagers and collect the information. The idea here is not to go with a questionnaire and make a survey and come up with a quantitative data, but to have a first-hand experience of the, the artifacts and the contexts and systems there. These are very detailed studies and observations which are inscribed along with the processes and the relationships of the elements over there. This is where at the end of the course student come with conclusion. This is another portfolio of another student. So this student has paid more attention to the, living beings, humans, and the dwelling spaces. Well, sir. Right. Thank you.
So now we can take Professor C.G. Ray from IDCIT Bombay. G.G. Ray, sorry.
Slides, please. Okay. This is a nice opportunity to
that I'm just going to put one very common slide for probably everybody who is in the design. We understand that, and that's what the design and the sustainability. So if we look at the whole process of design, it's a very common. First thing is we need to do something for the consumer who is using this design. Somewhere the things are getting consumed, and we looked at that with different criteria, how it is being consumed, and accordingly we develop the whole thing, and it goes for the manufacturing, and that's how it goes. So that's the design cycle, how it goes. Okay, develop, manufacture, and consume. And it is not a straightforward link from develop to manufacture or manufacture to consume. There are some intermediate steps out there. That's where the technology is coming in, and there is a technology transfer, there is a marketing group who are also coming to bridge this gap. My view is in each step of all these 3 primary and 2 intermediate steps, you need the research program very strongly, and everybody has its own research domainization. And ultimately we develop a product, okay, which is the collective effort of all of them and which goes to the consumer. So that's what I want to say. The design research is an integral part of developing a product or a system which goes to the consumer, and the process goes through the feedback mechanism at different way, at different levels of feedback. So what I need is the design issue. What I'm trying to say that design issue should not be restricted just to the academics. If I really want to have the design effectively, it has to be looked at, as a holistic approach, starting from consumer, development, manufacture, and this whole vicious cycle, how the whole process is going on, and then only the entire design can be sustained and it can be effective. And every point is in the research part. So what I'm trying to show you the 3 basic examples, what we did recently. One is the very common product which is from the low income group, product for the special people, product for the geriatric people, and maybe the future direction of the research. So if I look at a very common product, very from low income group, you can see a product called Gamela, which is used by the construction industries, the agricultural industries, very commonly, and that's the product. Now what can I do? Can I make this product change, which is a so traditional design going for 100 years more than, how can I change it? Is there any possibility? Keeping the technology constant, that was the challenge given to the students. You cannot replace the local blacksmith. It has to be done by a local blacksmith, and the constraint was given the technology, the material, and the cost. Those were the constraints given to the students. And then they went to the field and tried to understand that there are the issues of behavior, there are the issues of awareness, there are the issues of safety, health, musculoskeletal disorder, even there are the issues of legislation, because nobody knows how much load a person should carry safely. And that leads to the second part of the research about understanding, first thing, what is the safe load we should recommend for a lady or a person to safely carry by head mode or different parts of the body. What are the physiological importance, what are the biomechanical criteria comes, and what kind of technology now embed in, which will be appropriate to those users in those contexts. Okay? Actually, that's what the design is, which is the appropriateness of developing a system for a certain condition under certain context. So finally, what you see here, after assimilating all these information and everything, we get a new design, and that was the DST sponsored project. The end part is when I gave this final product to 40 people of my experimental people who are working, never this product came back to me. They're so happy with this product that they never returned. And that's what I see the success, how the research and technology and the design focus, even the form, everything can go together and develop. Next project I'm showing you, this is a very common product, the gas stove, LPG gas stove. Now, there are lots of blind families, who are using it, and one of the biggest problems is the safety. They catches fire and all, and they are unable to cook the kind of food they want to make. But they're very good people. Okay. So we went to the blind people, understood their whole understanding about how they do, how they work in this space, how they understand the space. Okay, and that's what the basic research went in, understanding the blind in terms of their spatial relationship. So we looked at the basic issues starting, the behavioral issue, the safety issue, and the requirement. That was the starting point for the design process. But when we went there, then we went to the research further, how blind works, what are the role of kinesthetic and tactile sensation, and we had to develop the technology appropriate to the condition, because I had to develop a gas failure, flame failure detector within the cost of 100 rupees. It was available that time, which was we had to import from Japan something around 4,000 rupees. And that has been replaced by 100 rupees by my students from electronic engineering department. They did nothing. They simply detected a flame failure device which has got two different pitch, and they are embedded into the gas stoves. And if there is a flame failure, the temperature senses and it starts sending a sound, and that's all. So I had to go for the technology appropriate for that situation, and then I blend it with the form and other issues of the thing, and finally you can see this is the product now, waiting for the market to get the how, and that's where I think I am very much in line with Professor Rao. Yes, we develop all these things, after that what happens. That's a really part, but while you also have to think how to take it further and what kind of systems will be there. Similarly, we are working a big area called geriatric population, which is expected 30% of Indian population in 2050, it will be 30%. So we go from very low cost technology, like the first one, which is the urinary incontinence. Okay, very low cost technology. Just by paying 200, I can develop a sensor which can detect the urinary incontinence, and it can alert the attendant that there is a problem and issues. But this product is now equally important for the paraplegic. And we are working with the fellow Christian Medical College paraplegic group there, how we can use the same product for them by in a different mode. We also develop other similar products for the mobility and fall detector, which is one of the major problems for the lots of elderly. They fall down and they do lots of accidents. Then I develop a product which can sense and give a message to the emergency department. We are also work now recently, this book is published for how I can design the home for the elderly, because they require a very special design. And that's what we have worked, and the first book from IDC has been published. It is some kind of standardization. So those are the things I've given you example, but design also requires a very futuristic approach. Like we developed a communicator for the cerebral palsy, but we are now working how EEG signals can be used for the communication. And that's a high-end research where I require a multidisciplinary approach on this particular issue. And that's a group of students from electrical engineering, computer science, product design. We all are working together as students. How can I detect the code and see the whole thing asking for a computer? That is one part where I'm trying to focus that research is really important and which should go parallelly hand to hand based on the user's requirement, the appropriateness of the problem. But there is another issue. If I want to look at the continuation of design, sustainability, I'm just giving you on the craft sector example, like this is a Jaipur black, the blue potteries. But if you look at this thing, there are hardly few people are now working. This whole India. Hardly few people, if they're gone, that whole craft will go now. So if you look at their whole industry, how it is a cottage industry done by the family, but look at their health hazard, their work posture, their tools and all. So that's also part of design. It should be, if we want to really take the design further and sustain it. Today it has got a very high value in market in the export market. Okay, so we have to look at different issues like awareness, and awareness in two types. One is letting them understand what is a better design. Second thing, letting them understand how can I protect myself. That is also kind of awareness education. We have to give it to them, along with changes in the posture, better tool, health, and all those kind of things. So what I see that our major lacunae today, in terms of design is the data which has to go side by side. It has to be developed, which can supplement the design group, kind of requirement as per their need, okay, which are focusing on the physical, physiological, biomechanical principles, and also the lack of effort in multidisciplinary approach. I am showing you that where I need lots of multidisciplinary approach required to make a design, and that is the kind of approach I think today we require. So my last slide is coming in, that I need to look at the design program. Undergraduate can be a very basic design issue where the students can learn the design language, but more we go up at the PhD level, PG level, it should be a multivariate learning process and innovation where students can now work together from different disciplines, and there is a PhD for the development of the project, work together. We need to develop a national urban design data bank, which is nowhere there. Even I don't know how much force, okay, I have to open up this bottle. We don't have any data. So how do I design this thing? How much weight a person of 70K years can hold it by hand? No data is there. So we do require a very strong national data bank which is related to the design, okay? We need a multivariate approach. Parallelly, we also require awareness program, awareness in terms of education on what is good design, what is bad design, how I can make a better design, also how I can protect myself for the sustainability. And this kind of awareness is very much required from the craft sector, artisans, workers, through education, training, and exposures. So I think this is my last slide.
I request Professor Munshi to make his presentation. You can just introduce yourself.
Wrote to me about this very interesting workshop that is planning with MHRD and also IDC, and I found this deconstructing. I didn't understand how it will help, but having thought about it, I thought that it's a very interesting way of looking at design, and maybe after doing some deconstruction of design education, of design thinking, we may come up with something which we should do as designers, that is synthesizing something out of it, taking an essence out of the deconstruction process, and think in terms of something reconstructing. So I'm presenting you some slides here, which I hope I'll complete in 8 minutes time. Makes me very anxious though. And say this topic is reconstructing design education. But before that, let's look at some of the aspects of design. Here we see we are very confused about this word design. Whenever we talk design, it has many connotations, it has many meanings, it has many and it has many disciplines. So design, we say that this product design, furniture design, graphic design, many design schools have these specialties in one or some of these issues. And besides that, so it has automobile, it has electronic, it has structural design. Yesterday, my colleague from Kanpur was telling me that I am an odd man out here. I said, you must be doing some kind of design. He said, yes, helicopter control system and all that. I said that you are in the right company. Everybody is some kind of a designer here, you see. So the image at the top, we say that, okay, is it also design? Well, it is also design. What kind of design is this? If we ask you a question, what kind of design is this? So many people, when I put this question, answer it differently, and finally some kind of consensus is reached that it is image design. And everybody works these days towards this image design, whether corporations, institutions, governments, individuals, all looking at what kind of image they're going to project. You have these annual reports, you have the websites and things like that. All exercises is image design. It's become very, very important these days. Not saying that others are not so important, but others can also become part of this overall image design process. Now we have other connotations about design. That is, you know, the Rasul Kurti has said about the sound design. He talks about the sound design. And then we have designer drugs and designer life forms, and not only designer drugs in the positive form, but we have also designer narcotic drugs, you know. So anything that we put a word before preceding design becomes a design, you know, these days. So let's look at this total kind of spectrum. We have this, and there is also a kind of a bad connotation about that. Say, like, so for example, it's that here he's got designs on so and so, which means some design is also in terms of exploitative tendencies. It is built into it, which is in a way that's what we are doing, exploiting materials to suit our purposes, exploiting our energies or creativity to make things which can be, which will entice the buyers to buy these kind of products. So confusion, diversity about the word design, and we have found that there are people have, every person you ask what is design has his own definition of design. In fact, I have a book here which I have compiled, which is maybe 100 and odd design definitions, and in fact it consists some of the definitions from my students, from some of the faculty and colleagues, and also what international designers talk about, what their views about design. So how do we reconcile with so much, such a vast spectrum is a question, and then of course how we'll train the students in such big area of design. So where are we in this whole spectrum? That's what we have to probably investigate. When we talk about product design, we see that man has talked about it already. You know, two basic aspects of design are there. One is the technical aspect, another is the humanistic aspect. That's how I put it. So technical aspect which relates to the engineering part, and the humanistic aspect which sometimes we call design or industrial design in particular. So engineering aspects or technical aspect would look after materials, processes, mechanisms, performance, usefulness, whereas the humanistic aspects can look after ergonomics, aesthetics, acceptability, fit, usability. A lot of people have expounded on all these words. But when you talk of totality, holistic design, usefulness and usability have to come together to make a complete product. Unless both these aspects come together, the products cannot be successful. They will not be acceptable. And so, but it can also come to any kind of design. For example, you have this design of banking systems, or design of habitats, or design of healthcare systems. There also you have to deal with the technical aspects of it, and there also you have to deal with the humanistic aspects of it. Materials may not play a role, but we still have this other things, the mechanisms of delivery, the performance, the usefulness. On the other hand, the acceptability of healthcare system, or fitting the healthcare system. We had many examples how healthcare systems are rejected, you know, although they may be good, but we have to see that they fit in properly and how they are made acceptable. Now, if we look at it, we must also have the metric for these things. For example, if we have this matrix of technical and humanistic, each product will have its qualities about technical qualities and humanistic qualities. You may be able to place it somewhere in the middle of this matrix, say 5-5. And the goal of the design or the future design is to shift this point to the top right-hand corner so that it comes near to the excellence, you know. And now we see this metric is not static. It moves with time. It goes up with time. And why? Because there are aspirational changes, lifestyle changes, visions change, knowledge changes, technology changes, economics changes. So now what was today at 5-5, tomorrow it becomes at 3-3. So the challenges to the designers are there for all the time in every situation. And particularly looking at the future, they have more such challenges. Now here, what is the perception? We already talked about a little bit of perception. What is the perception about engineering and design? Engineering, something to do with, if you see common person, it has something to do with machines, structures. It's the manly stuff. It's hard, design something to do with fashion, color, motif, etc. Girly stuff, soft, But what is the reality? We think what it is, what is engineering and what is, because we think we know all that. What is, here is engineering. Short, but I'll read a little bit, one or two. So it is a creative, engineering they say is a creative application of scientific principles to design and develop structures, machines, apparatus or manufacturing processes. On the other hand, designing, creating and developing concepts and specifications that optimize the function, value and appearance of the product, and so on and so forth. Now if we look at this, creativity seems to be common in both these definitions, but the confusion is still compounded by when you talk about science, when science are brought in, the technology is brought in, art is brought in, research is brought in, then you see that there are pairs kind of get formed, science and technology, science and research, art and design, technology and engineering, and it compounds the kind of a confusion. And what do we say, if we want to reduce this kind of a confusion, let's say, we can say that science is knowledge, technology is also knowledge, and engineering is a process, and design is also a process. So probably we can put them together in some way, some coherent way, so that we can deal with this complexity and the huge spectrum of design. So the creative, and it could be a bridge, creative methods embedded in art can become, people talk about art, combining art. What are we taking from art really? Creative methods, one of the important things is creative method embedded in art can become a backbone of developing excellence. That's many people have emphasized on this. And now if we look at this chart, we have on one side is a science, which is knowledge. On the other side is engineering and design, which is process. Then there is technology, which is also knowledge. Products and services, which come out of the technology, and engineering, which come out of design and technology combined, and products and services which are then fed to the society. Going back, and in the bridging, these things is creative methods embedded in art, social awareness, philosophy and values, and also the basic knowledge which comes from the sciences. They have all to come together to deliver something which is acceptable to the society in the form of products and services. So without this bridge, without being able to deliver products and services, technology and science doesn't mean much really. If you are not able to deliver the fruits of science and technology, science, engineering, design and technology, then the whole work that we are trying to do is, well, I would say useless, So we have to make sure that this cycle is completed. This cycle of delivery is completed. And if one of the chains in this cycle breaks, and probably the fits will not be there, acceptability will not be there, and success of these systems and the usefulness of these systems to the society will not be there. So if we say the concept, if we go back to this, the concepts and knowledge. Concept and knowledge base is different in engineering design and industrial design, but to be successful and achieve excellence, joining of hands and pulling each other towards higher achievements is imperative. The creativity and problem-solving approach is important for both. Pedagogic tools, if borrowed from each other, can aid reconstruction of engineering and design education and lead towards excellence. Yeah, if you look at these are some of the things that could, which are on the top, like knowledge of human sciences. Say this is for, kind of a script, you can say, what we can borrow from each other, what we can borrow from design and give to engineering, and what we can borrow from engineering and give to design. Which is when I read out one or two. Knowledge of, for engineers, education, knowledge of human sciences, we can add. Art and aesthetic sensibility, people have talked about it. Synthesizing tools is very, very important. And on the other hand, we have knowledge of physical sciences, which must be important to the designers, mathematical tools and analytical tools, some evaluation techniques, which is design metrics, and research rigor. And on the other hand, we must have some kind of freewheeling in engineering, which will help them, break from this very strict regimen of mathematics and calculation and things like that. And And this probably could be taught, taken up in the classrooms. But there are other things, for example, developing insights, professional respect, professionalism, social awareness, openness, and respect for each other and respect for other disciplines. This is not so easy to develop in the classroom situation. And probably students need to be taken out, as many people have referred to, projects in the villages and so on and so forth. And these could help the students to develop these other qualities, which are also important for making a good contribution to the society. Lastly, I want to read verses 1. What is the role of a, this is from the book, which is the last para. A design education program essentially offers opportunities to imbibe the essence of design by interacting with design theoreticians, design philosophers, design practitioners, and critical peer group. It also offers discrete but relevant modules of information, problem solving and attitude building techniques, which are then put together in various doses and combinations to create new relationships, new products, and new systems. With that, I will end this. Thank you very much.
So now I'll ask Meena from Srishi to make a presentation. We have three speakers, Meena and Dr. Chakravarti and then Dr. Manna. Three speakers, yeah. So we have to leave. So then you go first. Sorry, Meena, we'll just take it first. Sorry, flights. Finally, flights determine everything. Yeah. so you take Mr. Manna and Kamli Patel for a presentation on participatory initiatives of craftsmen for frugal design and technology. This actually grew out of a workshop that the ministry had organized in January on looking at craft, science, and art and technology. And the presentation from IIT Kanpur, which somebody had made, this is led to this to a Center for Frugal Technologies in IIT Kanpur, and this is an excellent example of how people like Professor Manna, who are leading researchers on metals and metallurgy, can combine their foundational knowledge and research with something for what can be done to redesign craft clusters and a creative economy.
So while Komodi starts, let me just admit very clearly that I'm the least competent person to talk about design, but certain observations made Mrs. Sharma believe that I could be useful. But from IIT Kanpur, we are going to start something which I said in the morning as well, that without any major infrastructural development, major investment, we can make a difference to the locality. And that's exactly what we mean by frugal innovation. So, Komodi.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a very heavy dose of design today, so maybe one of the last few presentations. Hopefully, this would bring us back into the field where we have been working and speaking about of users and technologies, and moreover about social relevance of our practice itself. So this is a statement by Dr. Paul Pollock, who says, "I keep asking why 90% of the world's designers work exclusively on products for the richest 10% of the world's customers." Frankly, statements such as these have resulted into a lot of initiatives in this area, not only within India, but very interestingly, outside India too. So you have certainly a book like Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid, but you also have MIT's Design for the other 99%, the 90% of the world. You also have Frugal Digital that has come up as a department in Copenhagen Institute of Interaction Design. These initiatives that have taken place and are certainly trying to make a difference in India have been working pretty well. The difference that we found here was that though these initiatives seem to be working on ground, they seem to be forgetting something about our communities. And that is that the 90% of the world's customers have their own system of designing and producing, besides 10% of the world's designers who design for them. This means that this community that we're looking at is not only a skill tank, but this is also a think tank. And if we look at these communities from the point of view, or from the perspective of the fact that these are also thinking skilled designers or thinking enabled designers, then we would like to participate with them as not communities on whom dictums are passed, on whom policies are made, but with whom designs and processes are exchanged. And therefore we think that we have a unique opportunity which West has certainly brought to our notice, but I think we are more capable of exploring it. One, because India has a very large informal production sector. In UP, the state in which I work in, it is said that we have almost 18 lakh craftsmen. It means that every fourth person in UP is a craftsman. 8% of India's GDP comes down from craft, from the manufacturing sector. And craft happens to be the second largest sector after agriculture in terms of employment generation for our country. And yet, despite the fact that since independence, many initiatives have been taken in this area, you still have craftsmen that are living in penury, you still have craftsmen who are living in very hazardous conditions. Moreover, the most well-intentioned attempts in this area have not survived in the community, especially after the designer has withdrawn. And that seems to be a cause of concern, that we have been spending money, we have been spending efforts in this area, and yet the efforts have not survived. Therefore, we thought that can we renegotiate our participation with the community and thus our work in this area. We have been attempting to learn how to collaborate with craft and other grassroots design communities in order to evolve an appropriate, acceptable, and affordable solution that can be manufactured, maintained, and disseminated within a community with largely its own resources and skill sets. And we would like to emphasize the fact that we are talking about within a community, especially given the fact that the word export was used quite a few times since morning today. The reason why we are saying this is that change has to be first and foremost acceptable and introduction to the community. It is only after that that we can speak about exports. And therefore, we have been looking at frugal design and technology in participation with craftsmen. In today's presentation, we would like to speak about a collaboration and case studies of 3 people. One is a craftsman, the second is an engineer, and the third is a designer. And for these 3 people, we are speaking about 3 studies. One is my own doctoral studies that I've been doing on Banarasi wooden toys. In terms of a designer, we would like to discuss a case study of Zeer by Muhammad Abba. And in terms of engineering, we would like to discuss a CSIR study on ceramic tile production. So let's begin with Banarasi wooden toys, a place where I've been working for past 5 years for my doctoral studies. The toys that you're seeing on the screen, the left-hand side are toys that have already been in existence. And they are either static toys or they have a movement which is only a 2-part movement. With the intervention that we did in this particular community, we realized that the craftsmen on their own, by just small triggers that we had provided, were able to do the third design on their own by including a 3-part movement. The interesting thing about this 3-part movement was, does this have an arrow to go onto the video?
There's an animation in that.
No, but there's no arrow for the video, right? No. I need a pointer, yeah. There's no pointer, right?
There's an
So
animation,
videos
she's
won't work.
looking for that.
So the reason to show this is just to tell you that there have been particular mechanisms that they're using, and they were able to achieve a 3-part movement, not just 3, but also a 4-part movement later. Obviously, this is not one of the most... this doesn't seem to work. Next slide, I think. Okay, this obviously does not seem to be one of the most interesting mechanisms to be looked at, But these are mechanisms that the craftsmen seem to be evolving on their own to a community where we are looking at and saying that this is a community that is only skill oriented, is trying to show you that they can actually work on their own. And why do we think that, that our intervention worked? One, we think that we were able to provide correct, appropriate triggers for innovation, that the ideation process that was followed was based on traditional skills and designs. We were able to use, or the craftsmen themselves used, locally available materials and tools. We were able to map this entire process on manufacturing techniques of the community itself. The improvisations were made by the community. Moreover, the repairs of these toys were also made by the community. And this repair factor brings me to an interesting note. I think one of the most interesting things to look at in the ecosystem of a shoe made in India is that besides the fact that you have somebody who makes the shoe, you also have a mochi who repairs a shoe, which cannot be done with a Nike shoe in the country. And that part of the ecosystem needs to be remembered when we're looking at product design here. So we looked at product diffusion, which seems to have been integral in the community system itself. And certainly all this worked because we had consistent orders for purchase of this particular product. So we believe that the kind of design and technology that we are looking at for crafts is different. For one, we think design and technologies need to be developed whose ecosystem lies within the community and not outside the community. And the second part of it is that design and technology needs to be replicable. That technologies need to be replicated not by a firm outside, but technology needs to be replicated by the people themselves. And a very good example of this is Zeer itself. Zeer is a evaporative cooler that was designed by Mohammad Bahaba, and it brought almost a revolutionary change in Egypt for the farmers. This is a cooler which can be purchased for about 70 rupees, is made with a production cost of 60 rupees, and increases the lifespan of vegetables on an average by about 8 days. Both of the pots are anyways being made by craftsmen around, and all that it requires is the idea that you can put sand and water in between. The evaporation would lead to cooling in the inside pot. And from there on, as we move on from craftsman to the designer, the third part that we thought we could integrate very closely to this was the idea of engineering itself, which I think Professor Manna would take up.
Well, this basically is borrowed from a CSR experience, primarily because this very amply explains what we mean by frugal innovation. This is an example where I'm referring to Morvi in Gujarat. Certain type of glaze style which used to use 28% of an imported variety of clay could be substituted by a local clay with certain amount of compositional adjustment by the scientists of CSR in Naroda Center. And this simple substitution brought the use from 20 weight percent to less than 1 weight percent of Ukrainian clay, which means quite a lot of cost reduction, and also dependence on imported substance decreased. And because of one single intervention, earlier where used to be only 4 units, now today there are 14 units, today there are 64 units, and each are making a higher profit margin by 3.56 crore per annum per unit. So that's a huge amount of difference that has made to a local community. I chose this slide primarily because this was shown to the Prime Minister in the CSR Society meeting, and even Dr. Sam Pitroda also is aware of this intervention. So this is just an example where simple scientific intervention can make a lot of difference to the artisans or local industry. Next one. Next one, please. Pamodi. This. Okay, if you look at these beautiful tiles, there are a lot of interesting features. First of all, you would expect bright color. You would expect the color to last. There's very nice and very precise engineering symmetry involved, because in many cases these are 3-4 different parts put together. So when you fix them on the floor or wall, they actually should maintain the symmetry. And for doing all these, there's a very large amount of science behind it, which is the pressure you apply for pressing, the temperature, the time, combination, the heat treatment, the diffusion involved. So quite a bit of heat and mass transfer involved. And most importantly, for strength and other things, these tiles, they do not go through very rigorous testing and certification. But many of them actually are exported, and that actually earns a lot of money for the country. So I have picked up these float tiles, similarly the roof tiles, which is a very low-end product, but rural India uses them extensively. And a simple intervention there with some substitution with fly ash, which is a very major industrial waste. If that can be utilized, it not only reduces the weight, but it also makes the tile much more durable. Similarly, the blue pottery, one of the colleagues here did make a mention. The blue pottery that uses the blue bright color comes from lead oxide, which is highly toxic. And these artisans are not well trained, or they are not quite aware what are the consequences of inhaling this lead oxide or burning them in fire. And the way they dispose this waste is also extremely dangerous. So there again, scientific intervention is absolutely necessary. Then these sanitary products that you are seeing, this actually could be produced with local clay. In most of the cases, for that we use a special kaolinite, which is expensive. But they can be done with local clay, and this alone can actually create a model which can create a nice ecosystem within certain villages, within, let's say, about 50 kilometers. So could be produced, and an industry can come up, and at the same time, the sanitation problem of the rural India can also be taken care. So basically the users and the producers could be within the same ecosystem. Next one. These beautiful bangles with bright colors, they are characteristic features of this area, Firozabad, Varanasi, even Khurja to some extent, and so on. These glasses, again, use very small amount of dopants, could be cobalt, could be arsenic, and so on, which are again toxic in nature. And the most important thing is these artisans actually are not quite, they have a lump of glass and they use that over a period of time. And they don't realize that the glass making itself, I mean, they realize through experiences, they don't have the scientific knowledge that this long chain silicate network to put the right amount of dopant and make them homogeneously distributed throughout is not a very easy task. They can manage to do it only within a small volume, but when they do it number of times and over a larger volume, then inhomogeneities crop up and the products get rejected. Brass fare is another very bright example. Moradabad is world famous for this. All these carvings and mina and all these artworks actually can last longer if they can be prevented from corrosion, weathering. And that can be done very easily with certain amount of coating, which these people are not quite aware of, because that coating is not a metallic coating, but of a polymer or a resin coating. So for all these things, we need to actually go to these people and train them up. At the bottom, if you look at this red hot iron piece, basically this is how the ironsmith, they make their tools and accessories. Now, there is a huge lot of science behind that, because the temperature to which you subject and the temperature where you start deforming and where you finish, if it is not within the certain precise temperature range, then you don't get the right kind of hardness and strength, which means the tool will not perform to the extent it's desired, the life will be shorter, and there'll be defects. Even the residual stress at the curved portion that you're seeing at the bottom plays a major role in the overall life of the product made. Now, artisans don't understand what is residual stress or what is the austenitizing temperature. They simply go by their experience. Looking at the color of the implement, they know whether it's 768 or 790 or something like that. But simple intervention of teaching them how to use, of just, for example, using a nice thermocouple, and which doesn't cost much, and showing them that the bucket full of water that they use should be replenished after some time, otherwise the quenching rate is reduced. These kind of things can certainly help them a lot. So next one. So basically, the way we understand frugal innovation is the following, that we don't have to go around or think a lot about it. We can just look around our local areas and identify places. In UP alone, there are about 20 lakh artisans working, and UP earns 45% of the total foreign exchange earned by exporting artifacts or handicrafts. And these handicrafts are all made up of various kinds of solid materials. They don't have a formal training, they simply use traditional knowledge, and they are often dependent on the local lenders and brokers, no knowledge about marketing, no provision for testing and evaluation with which they can actually get a certificate to export. So all these interventions can be done by, without investing a lot on creating new infrastructure with the existing infrastructure. And most important thing is there's a huge scope of export and business awaited in this. So this is exactly what we would like to propose as our definition for Center for Frugal Technology. And I'm sure this is a doable model with not just Kanpur, but many other institutes of higher learning. So I think that's all, but I would just end saying that we believe that designing for and with designers at the grassroots level is not only an economically lucrative segment, but also an untapped thinking and manufacturing resource of India. I end up saying that all solid objects can be of two types. One where you have long-range periodicity, which we call crystalline, and the other one which doesn't have long-range periodicity. But if you think carefully, nature teaches us exactly what symmetry means and what precision nature can give us. We just need to learn from nature and replicate that in all kinds of synthetic products that we sell in the market as artists, as art objects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, thanks a lot. So we'll just move on to the presentation by Srishti. Meena Barik will make a presentation from Srishti on catalyzing innovation.
Thank you very much, Amita, for inviting Srishti to this table. I'm so glad I'm here to represent the private college. We've been working in the space of art, design, and technology, what we've been talking the whole day. And I am so privileged to be sitting here amongst all of you. Thank you very much. Can I get my slides on, please? I finished. I'm ignoring that kiki sound. Srishti was started in 1996. It was started by a group of educated designers and people who were from different fields. We already had a whole day talking about why design is important for the country. I'm not going to revisit all that. I'm just going straight into what we do. So the question is, where does the reality sit? Where does design fit into the discussion of design within academia? And the vision at Srishti, which has been framed, and we keep revisiting our vision, is shaped by the learning from history and looking beyond the curve into the new and hybrid futures, informed by the industry, past, present, and future. Before I go into the next slide, which I start by saying we believe, there is a little disconnect. I want to say the story of what happened in Srishti in 2004. We had a think tank, which was mainly students from Bombay Architecture College, students from design who had come from UK, Senegal, France, Europe, different places in Europe. And there were 60 of them who sat in Srishti, and they were looking at the future of an art and design college 25 years hence. And this was in 2004. And some of the recommendations that the students came up, and that's what I'm saying, because some of the recommendations that the students of art and design came up is what we believe in and what we have tried to follow since then. They said that the institutions should move beyond the gated and the preserved. The learning should be permeable and porous, allowing students to work at the level of the street and the bazaar. And some of the studies that they came up was, why don't we look at the informal economies? Why don't we look at the one-day economies? Why do we have to look at the, I mean, go beyond the institution itself, go beyond the classroom itself, and to extend education beyond the gated and the preserved, in exploring and experimenting with the textures of the rural and the urban. And these are things that came from the students themselves. Like while we are sitting here and deciding what should be design education, I'm trying to say what the students of art and design said, which should be there. Believing in that, that the learning should be embedded in real world problems and solutions. And all the pictures that you see here is all developed in Srishti through our various projects. I'm not going to any of our projects except for saying what Future Academy was all about. The project Future Academy, which was a project which was brought in by an artist curator and who had worked with different colleges around the world to come up with these ideas of what the future should be for an art and design college. That knowledge is inherently integrated and complex. And this is a bio-art workshop that we did where we brought art and science together within NCBS, that is the National Center for Biological Sciences. So our approach, if you look at, can I point? No. Can you just, there's no pointer here. Yeah. So if you look at that, these are all our programs. So we have a foundation program, then we have specialization in aesthetics, digital video production, animation, product and interface design, textile design, liberal arts. And then if you look in the middle, this is how we follow our program, our courses, which is designing for the industry, designing for experimental, and designing for the humanity. So all our projects sits within the three spaces of industry, experimentation, and humanity. And if you look at these ones, these are all the different centers which are developed as research centers around the whole institution. I'll come to it later. And these are all the, these are all the advanced diploma programs, that is our postgraduate level. We are moving beyond that. So this is designing for humanity, designing for business, designing for experimentation. And, this is how our years look like. Year one is the introductory program in art and design. Second year is the studio program, second and third year. The fourth year is project-based. Now this is a system that we have brought in this year. We keep changing ourselves. So over the years, we learn what is happening around us and we keep changing ourselves. And year 5, we have started a new postgraduate program and we are now moving into the research program, mostly in collaboration with the Manipal University. So the undergraduate program I've already listed out, and the postgraduate program we are looking at aesthetics and critical studies, communication design, designing education, experimental media art, museum and gallery practice, multidisciplinary innovation and experience design. We also have a transcultural design which is in collaboration with a French university. And if you look at design, we also have a one-year program for people who are already working, who would like to revisit the academics for further development. And that is again come from the recommendation from the students from the 2004 discussion on Future Academy. And also during the Future Academy, they spoke about, okay, all right, this is going very fast. So these are so like I said, there is a main portion which is our undergraduate, postgraduate, and the research program that we are running. Apart from this, based on people's ideas and interests, Srishti has developed centers. That is a Center for Education, Research, Training, and Development, which is looking at developing innovation within school education. Then we have a Center for Public History that looks at oral histories, histories of places, institutions, and then we have CIMA, which is the Center for Experimental Media Art. I'm coordinating that, which is looking at experimentation within art, design, and technology. We are working with artists who are working with science or in other creative interdisciplinary, which is beyond the creative fields, like as we said. And we also have the labs, which is Srishti Labs, which is looking at innovation. And we have Kabir Lab, which is started in 2003 by Shabnam Virmani. I'm sure some of you have already heard about it. We also have a new lab, which is called Law, Environment and Design. And we have Grids Lab, which is looking at grassroots technologies and innovation. And something else that we introduced in Srishti in 2004 is the interim semester, which we invite artists who come with their project. And the framework for learning here is artistic practice. And it is going to start now on November 11th. We have 22 projects, and students are going to engage with artistic process of learning for a whole month. And I feel it kind of adds to what the student learning is all about at Srishti. So at Srishti, we give equal emphasis to art, to design, and to technology. And being a private college, it is tough, but we kind of move on. And some of the things that has been said from morning, that we are, like what Mr. Petroda said, we are not waiting for things to happen to us. We are going ahead with what we can. Thank you very much.
Professor Venkateshan from IIT Kanpur to make a presentation, and then so you missed a couple of very interesting presentations which we had to move on. So we have two left, one from IIT Kanpur, one from IIT Bombay. And then we could maybe have just go around the table for people to make some observations who couldn't make a presentation. And maybe so we'll end with a bit of the film that I wanted to show you. They did one round, but we can do more than that.
Can I have the slide, please? Can I have the slide? Yeah, it's there. Thank you. Good evening. And see, I would like to just give a glimpse of the kind of work which we are doing. And actually, this was a project which we proposed to Department of Science and Technology after learning and doing a little bit in our lab with a very small funding. Once we realized that there is a potential for us to really design an autonomous vehicle, then we made a proposal to DST, and I would say that DST was very kind enough to support us. And this is an effort of last 10 years, I would say, on a small scale. Then in 2006 we started, and I would like to say that I have to thank this group, because though I feel a little odd, and I added the design challenges which actually we faced as a part of the development of this project. So now I would like to basically mention from what I have learned, how do I say what is design? See, first of all, what do I want? And we made a proposal that we want to make a autonomous helicopter. Number one, the helicopter should be handled in an academic institution, in a laboratory, and this is a high technology, and it will give a hands-on, because from an educational institution we want to go, and we want to give an experience to the students to have a real-life hands-on experience. But at the same time, it should be scalable. In the sense, whatever we do should be applicable to a industrial level. And this is how we started. What do I want and what do I want? Now the next question is, how do I achieve it? So this is where our role came into the picture. Now when I put it as an engineering design, see, I'm in the aerospace engineering department, I'll say we teach analysis. But can we teach design? Because design is a very iterative process and it all involves a lot of innovation. But as a part of this project, what I found was several unanticipated challenges when we try to implement certain things. And this is what the learning and this is what the experience which we pass it on to the next generation or the next student. So the first time when you do a lot of challenges, and I'll just briefly give you a few challenges which we faced, and for want of time. And of course, we teach analysis. Analysis is mathematics, physics, chemistry, and today biology is also coming into the engineering field, because
of understanding how biological systems work in terms of autonomy or intelligence, how you put in your engineering vehicles. And the design goal is achieving an end product. That's how I put it. And it involves essentially material and then manufacturing, then the assembly, then of course I have to do the testing, and finally operation and maintenance, and where I operate, the environment. So all these aspects come in the design goal, which I may not know right at the beginning of the project. So when we started, do we start from scratch in designing the entire vehicle or procure a vehicle and incorporate autonomy or intelligence? Now the very word autonomy, intelligence itself is kind of defined, redefined, and I would say, okay, first very low level autonomy. That is, I need to have sensing. Sensing means these are all position, velocity, acceleration, which I mentioned here, both in terms of translation as well as rotation. Then you can go to a higher level, some chemical sensing or some other nuclear radiation sensing. So there are various types of sensors which we need to have. Then of course the actuation, which is the input to the system. And the last part is what is the level of actuation which I have to do so that the vehicle or whatever can do the job which I want to do. And this is where the control algorithm comes into the picture. And of course, the last, which I put it as the decision making, that is a higher level of autonomy. Decision making, I meant, suppose if you have an obstruction, how do I go around that? And various other levels of decision making which can come up. But right now, we are at the low level autonomy. And I have classified my challenges because this involved a large gamut of subjects, right from vehicle dynamics, power plant, transmission, controls, communication, and then ground station, display, everything. So I kind of classified them under three major topics, which one related to the electronics, one related to the mechanical, and the other one related to control. In this, the challenges, I'll mention a few of them, and the problems we faced. Everywhere, even though it's a procured system, mechanical system failure. Then electromagnetic radiation, when we use a sensor in some environment, then it doesn't perform, whereas outside it performs wonderfully. So I have put several things. Of course, manpower is another challenge, which I found is a very, very key thing in training the manpower and in retaining them. And now I'll say one of the problems we faced was the gear, which was failing. One is I can keep on procuring the gear. Then I thought it's a good design problem, which I will give it to the student. So the specifications we give is basically the gear ratio, the engine power, and the engine RPM range. And then I say it should be less weight than what it was already there, which is around 72 grams or something like that. So we went ahead. How did we design? First we did, of course, this is where the analysis comes into the picture, the strength calculation, and what is the operating condition. Given the dimension and operating condition, we did all the calculations, and then the material selection. Yeah, material selection. First of all, we have to know the availability of the material and the weight, and then testing, then manufacture, all these things. Finally, we did, I'll just show a few pictures. We did the material testing ourselves in our lab. So we had to procure, and we should get the repeatability of the material characteristic. And you see, manufacturing I can do in rapid prototyping. Very quickly I can make the gear, but only thing is it cannot even take the weight, the strength. It just broke one run. So this is where the design finally we made out of some nylon 6x6, and it worked for 3 years without a failure. And I'll go to the next. One of the innovation which we had was, see, we normally need in a vehicle for control system design, we need to know the mass and as well as mass moment of inertia, whether we can actually evaluate by experiment. So we did the test rig, we designed it, and then we went through completely through a mathematical, that is tensor and vibration. We were able to get all these properties, and this was, now people like this procedure. And when I mention about the environment in which we operate, because this is very, very critical when we make any design. See, electromagnetic interference, vibration, engine acoustics. I'll show one last thing, because this is a sonar which performs beautifully in a non-vibrating environment. Excellent. I measure the height and I also find out the sonar output. It's a nice curve. The moment I put it on the vehicle, you see, this is the kind of a signal I get. No matter what height I go, after that it is, because the engine noise it picks up. Now the sonar becomes useless. So I need to find a sensor which can give me a good height estimation. So this is still one of the major challenges which we face. And finally, this is the last slide I will show. Because we have demonstrated limited success in the control of the vehicle. Control of the vehicle, I faced a lot of challenges. One of the things I want to say, today morning, I think one of the speakers mentioned that, I think learning, not teaching, or something like that he mentioned, because it was a very interesting. Learned, it is not taught. See, a kid learns bicycle. Yeah, no, he said learned and not taught, something like that, right? Learned and not. No, that is another one. I think Professor Ramani said learned. See, it is very simple. See, the control, how I figured out was, it was very difficult to control because it's an unstable vehicle. See, we know when we balance a stick, what do? We do it and the kid also learns that. Immediately, we don't, there is no mathematical algorithm. But now the question is, how do I transform this into an algorithm so that I can do the control? Then I found some feeling I am getting. This is something, I look at it, I feel in my hand, I stable it, and I also tell the kid, this is what you have to do, you learn it. And we incorporated that and the vehicle became stable. So that is one of the very, very challenging tasks which we faced. But this is not through any textbook learning. Okay. And we recently displayed in 2013 in the Aero India, in the HAL stall, because now HAL and DRDO, IIT Kanpur are having a joint initiative to make this vehicle as a technology demonstrator for India. Thank you.
Last presentation by Professor Chakravarti, who heads the IDC in IIT Bombay, and who's really been the very strong moving force behind this whole workshop. So in all modesty, he's taken the last
thank you.
slide here.
I'm extremely fortunate to be here in front of 4 of my teachers who are here. Professor Rao, Professor Atvanka, Munshi, and Professor Gigi Ray. It's really, really nice. And one of my mentors, Professor Ranjan, also is here. So it's very good that we are discussing design deconstruction. And I'm extremely thrilled about this because I'm working with the ministry for the last, India Post Ministry for the last 8 years. And I really can imagine what it is to have a minister and the additional secretary and the secretary here in the morning, the whole day with us. It's just unbelievable. And for the people who have been working at the level of change and cause, this is really phenomenal. And I think we'll surely have some very good results out here. I actually coined this term innovation by design. And the major challenge for me was that I was not, because I came from industry. I worked for 7 years as the head of design in Larsen & Toubro. And I saw that design cannot remain with the designers. It has to go into the field, it has to perform, it has to connect with the user. If it doesn't connect, it's not possible. And I kept teaching and kept saying that technology is changing. Why can't now students, while they are studying, perform and create products in the market before their tenure is over? And it's becoming a reality already, and I'll share some of these presentations with you. I started my career in 1988, and I designed the Z-Line petrol pump, the Z petrol pump. And this was extremely challenging. There were 500 engineers in the company at different divisions, and there was no product. They were out of market, and they just get one designer from IDC. And within 6 months, I created an innovative product, thanks to all the methodologies of using user studies. I was not behind money. I said the first important thing is satisfy the user. And who is the user? Not only the person who comes to fill petrol, but the person who gives petrol. So starting from there, looking at aesthetics, looking at design, looking at, and incidentally, this is a dance form. It's derived from Bharatanatyam. and it did very bad in the European market. They said, what is this product which is looking like a dance form? But in India, it did extremely well. So that's the whole beauty of Indian design. And here, for example, this product, when it came into the market, after 2 years, the customers felt that they got better petrol and better measure of petrol from this pump. So the technology which was there inside came out. We had better technology, of course, inside. But how we assimilated the technology and made it into a product made all the difference. Promptly, after 6 years, the competitor came to me and said, you wiped out my market. Now design one more product for me which will wipe out your earlier product. And then we said, technology has changed, people have changed, markets have changed, so we should be able to do a new product. And we use the same phenomenon, and earlier it was inspired by dance form, this was inspired by the Nokia mobile phone. Remember those old Nokia phones which look like a mobile phone, large ones? And it was 1994, and we designed this product, again, the same story, tremendous amount of success. It actually became #1, and L&T had to sell off their division because they didn't want to be #2. So then, after 10 years, NID got a request from ONGC. Why don't you design a product which is the best in the world? Because ONGC is a world player. They don't look at India, they look at the whole world. And Subir Aha came and said, why don't you do another product? Then NID said, we'll do collaborative innovation. Pradyumna came to me and said, why don't you join hands? We joined hands with the industry. And by this time, I had finished my PhD at IIT Delhi, which was collaborative innovation, took real projects from the field and actually synthesized them and came up with a model for innovation. And that particular model we used over here, and we had a successful product. And even the prototype here, which was completely done at IDC, IIT Bombay, is actually still working in the field. So technology went to that level, CNC manufacturing, high-tech plastic molding, CNC tool making, everything is today possible, and that is the result of this. So serial innovation. So within 20 years, all the petrol pumps in the country are done by us. And then this whole competition which got wiped out. No American product could sell in the country because our products were frugal, they were good for the Indian market, and all the aspects were coming in a big way. So from here, I moved to this collaborative innovation model. Most of the things are available online. We'll share with the people all the resources. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the core value of this whole flexible collaborative model is that people have to be working 100% on innovation. They just can't see as a side activity. Because I've noticed in industries, the person who's the most busiest person is made the innovation in charge. And he just can't perform because you need to be 100% involved. So from there, we need 3 teams, basically the core team, the enterprise-wide team, and the external team. And in all projects we've been using this, and it is working phenomenally. The core team works 100%, the enterprise-wide team works around 40%, and the external team gives you 5% support and gives you maximum creative inputs, and it's phenomenal. Today, it's more and more easy to do it in real life because of very good network and connectivity. So as a paradigm shift, a lot of people used to come to IDC and say, why are your products not in the market? And I had actually no answer. You do such fancy models, you keep such fancy CAD models, but none of them are in the market. So this actually became a very large, strong sense that Hawaii Khan student projects become real. So we basically, when we broached this issue with our alumni, they supported with $150,000 lab. So we started an innovation studio called the Shinoy Innovation Studio. And in the studio, we realized that if products have to go into the market, you just can't work at one level. You have to work at the system level, you have to work at the policy level, you have to work at the government level. And that's where we have Montek Singh Ahluwalia inaugurating. My students were surprised. I said, why Montek Singh Ahluwalia? He's the planning commission. And then he gave a wonderful lecture to us of how he's looking at the 12th five-year plan and how the whole policy is so important to look at all the design domains. So then from here, we now said that we have this large PhD, my industrial experience, and then can I change one simple product in the government sector? And I was watching this rusted post box next to IDC. I said, I am going to change this post box. And then we realized that this was 10% of the problem. Implementation was 90% of the problem. So we quickly went ahead and conceived these 7 stages, which I call the Chakku's 7 C's. The first one is the cause. You have to be really an activist mode. We see activists today, Rajiv, Aman, and most of the other people who did projects. You have to have an activist mode to work. And if you're not concerned about that, you just can't go ahead with design. So the first thing was the cause. The concern to solve the problem has to be paramount. And we're teaching these steps to the students, and students are doing phenomenally well. I'll just show you some examples from there. So then second comes the context. How well can I understand the context? The context is extremely critical, so you have to get to the context. Most of the slides are online. We've got much detailed presentations. I'll mark the copies to you. We're running out of time. So the context becomes the key, and this is the context. So we went to the context, then we came to the comprehension, where we get a design insight. So context can come only if you're in the field for 20 days with the people. Without that, the context doesn't come. And then you draw insights. From insights, you come to a very important issue, the check. You need to know where you're going. What type of design will work with that insight? So that design became very critical. So here we have contemporary materials, better maintenance. And then all these causes, what I show you, the concerns, 7 C's, are actually pillars in courses. So you have the creative ideation course, the sketching course, and these are the multiple ideas which came up. Ideas get converted into concepts, and all the multiplicity gives you the success story. You just make one idea, it will fail, but you make 100 ideas, weave them into 3 concepts, and then select one, you're bound to succeed. And that's exactly what happened in this whole case study. And then we created the third one, the crafting, where you make mock-up models. The whole design was fabricated with the best in technology, like the way I worked in L&T. And then we had the 150-year celebration of India Post, where the secretary and the minister actually launched the product. And now the story behind this whole, as soon as we took the project, we went to the Postmaster General. We made them part of the team. From the Postmaster General, we reached the member secretary in Delhi. We made them part of the team. So over the journey, we at least had 20 meetings with all the people concerned, so that they are in line with the design thinking. If I'd gone in the end, it would have never seen the light of the day. So how do you take system and policy design as part of the whole journey is the most critical thing over here. And the product is now actually manufactured and installed all over the country. We got feedbacks, we're further modifying, there's a tender coming up, and it is going ahead in the journey. So how do we put this all into teaching? Professor Devang, my director sitting here, he always keeps saying, Chakravarti, why can't you do something with the BTech students? So we started a minor program. In a minor program, the first time we had 80 students, we did fabulous projects, same 7 C's. And I said, the first projects which took was design for the elderly. The students came up with phenomenal results. 2010, 128 students took it. It became very interesting. 211, 236 students took it. Then it became a big challenge to teach projects, because when you have so many students, how will you motivate them to do projects, and how can you give attention? And now actually this is the current 2013, we have 104 students, and the projects we are doing are within 24 studios. The toughest problem gets implemented in the field, and that motivation is coming because of group working. So all the theory was there since mornings. I'm not going to go into all those aspects, but I'll quickly show you what happens. Case study method teaching, which is extremely critical. Amita was talking in the morning that we want to create some case studies from Aman's and Rajiv things, so that we know case studies can give results. So this is exactly the case study of the petrol pump and the case study of the post box, which I tell them. First, as soon as I tell them the case study, they have the formula ready. Our students want formulas. And once the formulas are there, the success is there. So after the case studies, you have distance learning, tremendous amount of information online. So in this case, what happened was, to my surprise, I had 140 students and 20 students were absent. And when they saw the video online later on, and when I gave them a question, that is, they were absent in the class, and they said, if you come to class, you get attendance. And attendance is marks. In my course, if you're in front of me, you get marks. If you're not in front of me, you don't get marks. That was the strategy. Then they said, we are absent now, what can we do? I said, watch the video and come back, because all these are available in our CD. We have a program where we record all the lectures. So they watched and came back, and I said, I'm going to ask only one question. You answer, you get marks. You don't answer, you don't get marks. And you also have to realize, whom are you addressing? I'm addressing my students who are from JEE. They've always been challenged. They've always been working with focused minds. So when I gave this challenge to them, the people who saw the video and came actually did better in the exams than the people who were in the class. So where do we now look at this distance education? So it's really, and the problem was also very, very strong. The problem was designing a water bottle for children in the playground, and all of them did phenomenally well. So it's not really a challenge that we can't embrace new technology for design. We don't have a choice today. We have to embrace new technology. We have to have online learning, and we have to have challenging questions for them so that they can come up with better results. And then hands-on is extremely critical. They all come in groups. We run the studios day and night. The students work in studios. And this is the current batch. 2 weeks back, they're all working 10 people in one group. And they can solve problems like pedestrian crossing on the roads to railway crossing, no people dying. And then we have problems like cycle, umbrella for a cycle, and things like that. And they're all coming up with mock-ups and prototypes. And finally, they're going to present all their design in the end of 30th this month. So this whole culmination shows that since morning we've been discussing all these issues, and we've been really implementing them and checking it out. It's really, really working. So I think we need to come up with these whole programs of how we can work on project-based, experiential-based learning, and those points are anyway there since the day started. Thank you very much.
So that brings us to the list, long sequence of presentations. If we all agree, we could spend about 10-15 minutes on some of the, some people who wanted to intervene. There may not be time for PowerPoint presentations, so we won't take PowerPoint presentations, but we'll take brief interventions and observations. And yes, we can, sorry. Yeah.
So we formed this department 8 years ago, and I was in charge of forming the department. And when we decided that we should get an engineering design department, first thing we did was that we should go to the industry, talk to them, and understand their needs. So when I started talking to the industries, we were surprised that we got 8 crores straight away. In other words, Ashok Leyland and Bosch came forward to sponsor this department, and we had a funding of 8 crores from them. We formed a committee of people from the industry to advise us as to what they feel are their requirements. We said we will take it or leave it, the choice is ours, but we want to hear from you. Then we said that we should bring the joy of engineering to the table. This is very important. So the motto of the department is to bring the joy of engineering. We felt that our education is akin to teaching only biology to the medical doctors and asking them to go to the clinic and learn the clinical practice. In other words, we teach things in IITs and many other places which are not directly converted into practice. We said that we should correct this as well. We also recognize that products are both aesthetics, have both aesthetics and engineering. And we also recognize that architects and civil engineers have been existing together for a very long time, and maybe barring a few skirmishes, they've been existing for a very long time. This, I think, somehow other engineers have not realized, including mechanical engineers, and that's why we have a meeting where product form design and mechanical engineers talking about engineering design. But other civil engineers have never been in this kind of problems. The other thing we realized is that products are interdisciplinary. Automobiles, for example, which is the joy of a mechanical engineer, is no more a mechanical engineering product. It has 30 to 40% of electronics. So putting them together, we wanted to form a curriculum. We formed a curriculum 8 years ago. So we said that there should be engineering, there should be form design, there should be hands-on, there should be domain knowledge. So our curriculum consists of all these 4. In engineering, we introduced mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, controls, mechatronics, all, we combined them together. And we said that every engineering subject should have a lab. In other words, our department has a maximum number of labs, 13 labs altogether. So almost every course runs concurrently. And we said that the labs should not be structured. It's not that the labs are structured. Most of them are unstructured labs. We also introduced 3 product design labs. In other words, in 3 places, these people design a product. First, initially, in the first year itself, they look at products. We call this as product dissection lab. They look at the products, disassemble them, look at the various components of the product, put them together, and maybe come up with a small product their own idea, or maybe some changes in the existing product. From this on, they go to a complete product design that they may do. We also said that they should work in the industry. So in fourth year, they are in the industry for 7 months. We embed them in a design, in the design department of an industry. They work in the industry. In other words, we do not want to send out students. We want to send out professionals. So that's the reason we thought that we should put them in the industry, so they do a project in the industry. They come back and do another project, which is sort of a research project with the faculty members. What we did in form design, we had a tie-up with the finance department of a very famous college, Telemeris College, and we did graphic arts, clay modeling, and all that with their help. Just to conclude, have we been successful? Time will say, but only thing I can say that is that 50% of the students who passed out last year, they have started companies. So I think that I would say, if you say a measure of success, and that's a good success. Thank you very much.
So please keep the interventions very brief because you're running out of time truly, and there'll be too many flights that people will be missing. So very briefly, from IIM Bangalore, Mr. Raghu. Yeah, but very briefly, just make your main point.
Yeah, so just listening to these wonderful presentations and experiments which have gone on in IITs and other design schools, the only contribution that I think, in my view, management institutions can make is to offer a user connect. As you know, some of them said that the Adivasis don't even allow the child to wear clothes for several days, or not have mother's milk for 2 days, or things like that. I think, as I noticed, starting from Professor Ray's presentation, the one made by IIT Kanpur, they've got excellent design products and projects. There is no connect at the societal level, in the sense that here is a great initiative. And then if you were to look at social marketing and marketing, social marketing is basically not about money. It is about making users aware that there is something that is going to give them a better quality of life. I think management institutions have a great role. Students would be just fired up because they're always looking for community-based activities, and there is no initiative. What I mean by that is an integrated initiative which allows the IITs and the students of IITs to link with students of IIMs and other business schools to look at demand creation. And I think if that can be a national initiative promoted by the ministry, that would be a great thing.
Because this is one thing which always came up in a discussion. Post-design, what do we do? So can you create an online course on this? Can IIM Bangalore look at an online course on social marketing? Could be a short 15-hour, 20-hour, 14-hour module.
Sure, sir. But
which people can benefit from it. I mean, just the basics in some sense.
No, we can do that. But our belief is, from the limited experimentation that we have engaged with, for example, Arvind is a great initiative, the eye care initiative for the eyes. Social marketing is basically really connecting with human beings. I mean, online course we can offer. But to, the joy of a student of economics who is always calculating, he suddenly realizes giving itself is a great bonus in life. You understand that incentive, that concept of incentive not just being money, but incentive also is about making it better for others. I mean, that concept, yeah. So online we can offer content, but I think much more to that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, yeah, we can do that. That's very easy to do. We can do that. That's no problem, yeah.
IIT Guwahati offers
Bachelor of Design degree. Bachelor of Design program, probably the only IIT that offers BDS program. Also, it offers MDes and PhD. We have a very strong and well-balanced faculty covering all the specializations of design, including product design, communication design, interaction design, aesthetics, creativity. We have a very strong collaboration with KTH Sweden, and our all BDS students are extremely well placed. I mean, each one bags more than 2 jobs. That's what I am told. And the program is very vibrant program. It has collaborations with mechanical engineering, electrical and electronics, computer science, and biotechnology. Overall view is basically creativity is very important, but bright ideas can only be implemented through proper training and proper domain knowledge. So a lot of attention is paid to that aspect. We are in process of reviewing all 3 programs, bachelor's program, BDS, MDes, and PhD program, and just trying to evaluate with respect to its usefulness and relevance. Each course being offered is to be reviewed with respect to ABET recommended set of conditions, that means objectives and outcomes. The process is already on. Idea is that to add some newer courses to make it more relevant, and obviously to purge out some of the courses which has which have lost their relevance comparatively. And since a lot of integrating with other areas were being talked about, we are also trying to, so far it was very well integrated with all the engineering departments. We are trying to bring in humanities also on board. Perhaps 2007, Economics Nobel Prize was won by Eric Mastin, and his topic was mechanism design for economic revival. So it was the topic on which he got the Nobel Prize. So economic design is also, mechanism design for economic revival. So aspects of marketing and economics, these are also to be integrated with the fusion with the humanities department. We have 3 faculty members present here. All 3 of them are very well accomplished designers. And they came with presentations as well, but because of paucity of time, we could not show those glimpses. Maybe on another occasion, we'll show how they are faring.
Yeah, anyway, we'll put them up on the website anyway, so we can have that. Now, very briefly, Professor Rao from IIT Delhi, but please very brief. You can just use the mic. You can just come up here and use the microphone.
Okay. So I think last year actually we were doing a similar type of a workshop within IIT as to how to bring the design component into engineering curriculum. And this year we are actually trying to see how to basically take the programs which have design in it to the next level. I think today's inputs, like today's takeaways from the workshop would help. Just to give an idea, like we felt that if you really want to bring the design into engineering programs, I think we have to start from the very first year. So keeping that in mind, we actually reoriented 4 of the first year courses which have now some significant design component. Okay. Just to mention, like we have a course on Introduction to Engineering, where we bring people who are very good designers across the country and across the globe to excite students about engineering and design. Then we just started a course called Engineering Visualization. Like if you remember, there used to be an engineering drawing course which is mostly procedural. So now we actually brought the cognitive component into it, and we call it as a engineering visualization. There's also an animation component which is in this. And the third is a product realization, where in the very first semester, students get to build a very small product in teams to get a feel of product realization. And there's another course which is more on product dissection, which was mentioned. And I think product dissection has been a very successful course. And this is one of the first initiative. The second initiative is that in order to promote actually design, we said in the new curriculum which is starting from this year, every student has to earn 5 credits outside classroom by engaging in design. So this is a graduation requirements. And in order to basically fulfill these 5 credits, we have almost like about 10 activities which we have created. So if for like 850 students we have to actually create about 1.5 man-hours of design work for the students to engage and graduate. So there has been a lot of activities in that direction. So this can be through curricula as well as outside curricula. For example, just to give one idea, a faculty who is teaching a course in engineering can say, I can offer additional credit to students, which is an optional credit in design, if they basically take up an additional design problem within that particular course. So there's a normal 3 credit course, but there is an additional design credit which can be earned because there is a design component which is built into this particular course. This is an optional to faculty. Every faculty may not offer, but those who would like to do basically can come up. And the third aspect which is very important is that first time in the history of IIT Delhi, we now have a few courses where students belonging to different branches can come together to do a project. So when I say different branches, it does not necessarily mean electrical, chemical, computer science, mechanical, but it also includes students from industrial design, MBA students, and humanities. So for example, we just had a 9-day workshop where we had a team of 5 members. If you actually look at the composition of this team, it's very interesting. We had a UG engineering student, we had a PhD engineering student, we had an MBA student, industrial design student, joined with a junior senior resident from AIMS, working on, let's say, biodesign innovation for 9 days in order to do that. So we have more activities now in the space of multidisciplinary. And one of the last basically initiatives which I wanted to share is starting from January, we have a course called Inclusive Innovation, where it's again a multidisciplinary team. And this is basically the technologies which benefit people at the bottom of a pyramid. And it's an immersive course. As people said, you have to go out of the field. And this course is also now funded. And it is along the course, if you really remember, Design for Extreme Affordability, which D-School offers. And this course is funded by the same people who fund the D-School, the Extreme Affordability course. Thank you.
I think that about takes, given the time right now, what we have, all the kind of observations that would be made. So we try to just very quickly summarize some of the things that have been coming up as a resonating thread all through this conversation, so which we can very quickly share. And this is not going to be a summary of any kind. This is actually an attempt to see that given this vast diversity of speakers here right now, what was it that we were seeming to be converging upon largely, and what can we from there take for ourselves as pragmatic actions. So after all, the ministry leads an initiative. People have expectations from not only like a seminar, but will lead to some constructive actions and sustained processes. So we noticed that if you look at the common threads that came out through what did emerge very clearly here, I think, is that design seems to be pervasive. That's clearly admitted now, despite existing binaries of science, engineering, and technology. But design is pervasive. However, design thinking is needed to transform education, and there's an effort to link design with education. This is why MHRD is getting into this at all, and to make education relevant to life. So that's also coming out very clearly. Then, but the whole question has been about how, and it was interesting to note this entire discussion started off, sir, not on what to design, but how. the whole question of design, with beginning with the initial remarks about design being form and function, actually the whole engagement was on the pedagogy of design, and I've tried to note down the words that were resonating all through in everybody's presentations in some manner or the other, and these words were: the pedagogy of design was exploratory, hands-on, problem-solving, experiential, real life. This is an affirmation of this approach. Studio-based projects, non-hierarchical, so that makes it creative with multiple perspectives, and that makes it interdisciplinary. This is commonly shared no matter what entry point people had into design thinking. Then it needs to be made more pervasive, and of course the fact that form and function interrelationship is the definition of aesthetics. So perfect form and function is aesthetics. Then the whole issue on what of design was about very clearly, and Mr. Petroda was very, very inspiring in the way he pointed us all to look at problems in society to make that inclusive, and that's how it becomes, how design is transformational. So that's the ethical aspect of design. So you have the aesthetic aspect of design, you have the functional aspect of design, but that's how the ethical aspect of it gets into that. It's about public good, and he gave a lot of, he actually offered a lot of problems for everyone to really do design research on and to do strong interventions based on that design research. They all come from the whole era of rights-based development policies. So what does this imply actually? Yeah, what this implies, if this is the way, so how and the what of design has come through and through, then my implication, it meant contextualization. There was a lot of emphasis on that. For example, slum designing, heritage, clusters, we can go on adding to that list, helicopter, whatever. And it also very clearly emerged that this kind of contextualization stimulates very good research and uses research, and not uses, very good and research, and that's actually good ethics with very much better cognition. So the intellectual side of our students are going to develop as they ethically engage with life's problems. And then this is what I like what Mr. Petroda said about look inside. Just look inside both in your individual self and look inside into your own country. And that's really engaging with discovering Indian culture and identity. And that's the empowerment aspect of design. So we can't just say, so the empowering impact of design is really the pedagogy of the how and the what of our engagement. So that's very clear. That can be structured. That can be worked on also. It's not just a rhetoric there. And of course, we need to bear in mind synergies of global design. All this is going to imply complexities and tensions, and I like the phrase the politics of design. We need to understand that very clearly. Change has to be interventionistic. And some of the steps, therefore, and how we can address these issues to rethink, as we said, our background said, rethink design education was. We just put together different thoughts that came through right now. This is not really very systematic, and we look to your support to make it systematic, is to stronger formation of sectoral groups, because that's where you begin your intervention from, and then who can occasionally meet, and as Mr. Petroda said, you can use the open design networks for that, Google Hangouts and so on and so forth, and they can draft an action plan for all sector. That's where the industry comes in also, and the IDs are strong on that in Saudi. You need people to drive that, and then he's talked about creating content, so you can use NKN for that. I like what IMA director said over lunch, and he saw, and also what IMB the professor said right now on developing all this will require management strategies and to understand the dynamics of what can be done together. So the whole idea of bonding through networks, a community of design people, the internet, that's what creates a movement. Movements are when communities crystallize around common agendas. Otherwise, there is no end, and they're going to generate new conflicts. So, but that's where you need the management strategies and larger communities. Then we hope to be able to use all these ideas into a design manifesto for educational institutions to begin with, which could consist inter alia of collaborative activities that creates the creative groups, case studies, both for design education and policy design. So how do we inform better policy? By looking at case studies like what happened in Jal Mahal or what happened in Nimrani originally. Then there could be projects and documentation. These could be multi-layered knowledge constructed creatively with an e-pedio architecture, and these could yield very useful interventions. Like we saw the Varanasi craft cluster. You could look at whole of Varanasi, sir. You can look at Mumbai. You can look at any ancient city with a long layered history to use that like an epistemological object. And this would then bring together culture, science, technology, history, people, language. So the process of construction would yield a lot of design innovations, would also deconstruct knowledge and bring groups together. And of course, some of that can actually feed into development policies directly. So, then of course, shared workshops, seminars will bring together more of this kind, but located in institutions. Then, so we think that we could actually support design schools. I use the word D school from Stanford. That is actually a working model where these kind of ideas are in operation. Or the Design Innovation Hub in Aalto University in Finland. And it doesn't require too much money or too many people. It's actually clearing and decluttering space for people to come and think and create their own tools of thinking. So that's the beauty of Aalto. Nobody has a skill set. You come and develop your own tools. So that's very interesting, and those could be looked at. And came in, and then so, but not just have these schools as seeding thing, but also then diffusing into mainstream curriculum and pedagogy. Then looking at social marketing, and of course, finally, a design assessment. I hope somebody kept changing this. Nobody kept changing the slides, so somebody should have done that. Anyway, okay, finally, all right, okay, I didn't see that. All right, okay, my fault, I didn't see. Then finally, design assessment, because the whole issue about integrity and quality of standards. And so this is how we try to put together ideas. It's nice to note that no matter what side we came into, so we had the same core concerns. So that's the real platform, ideationally. And so we want something from you. I'd like you to say something, sir, because you lead us, and then we will close on a happy note of a film and a song. So.
I would like to thank everybody again for the participation, and I could sense the level of enthusiasm and the creativity flowing across. And since probably this, it's been a long time since we've had a seminar of this kind, where it's multidisciplinary and across professions. I think there was a lot of new energy into the deliberations of the day. And what I'm anxious is how we carry this forward. I'm sure that going by Mr. Petroda's advice, when we all put together a note on it, each of us will have a different take on it. But at the end of it, I think you must also propose an idea of how to take this forward. More than anything, I think it's served the purpose of making us aware of what's happening across different fields. And but what I can sense is just like it happens in our research labs, a lot of good work is happening in India, but how do we get it out? How do we get the numbers? How do we get it into actual usage with the user? I think that is the bigger challenge. Going by my earlier experience with the Ministry of Defense, that's what was the problem. We had good work that was happening in the labs, but translation of that into a product that was useful to the armed forces was the weak link. And I think it is the same here. But I think when it comes to creativity, and if an idea is shared, there is enough enterprise out there for converting it into a product. So if you are not too finicky about patents and copyrights and all that, I'm sure the innovativeness to copy it and make it available to the market is there in India. I think we should be open to. And apart from that, I think we should look at, I think we have to think big, think scale. And that is where the challenge is. When I looked at the good work that was done by Rajiv and Amarnath, I think there's a challenge for everybody in almost every district. There is something or the other that can be reconstructed. And when we looked at this massive rural employment guarantee scheme, which was supposed to create jobs all across the country, it was creating jobs, but it wasn't really creating anything of value in a village. Also, it was supposed to deepen an existing tank or build a road between two villages where no communication existed. Somehow that scheme lost, I think, its relevance in the sense it created employment, but it wasn't really creating value in a village. So maybe there's an opportunity there for us to go and look at what else, apart from deepening a pond, what else can we do creatively to make it a place that is appealing, visually appealing, and a place where it can be of some tourist interest. Things like that, I think, are ideas that can be explored. When I look at the suggestion of improving a slum, we are all aware that I think people moving into the cities is going to increase in the coming years. But how do we stem that? How do we make the rural areas more attractive? By creating opportunity there through our creative efforts is again a big question that I think we can all apply our mind on. These are some of the things I think we should definitely think about. Eventually it boils down to the quality of life. It boils down to what we can do for the country. And I hope that these are some of the areas that you would all apply your mind on. And like I said in my opening speech, I hope that the IITs and the IIMs and other institutes will think of starting a design school. Now you have a contact base with all the participants here if you need to expand on it. And how do we make this energy much more creative? And of course we have to think big and scale it up for the betterment of the country. And I forgot to add in the morning that I think my absence has helped the ministry. It's become more creative. People are breathing easier. So I think that's helped the ministry much more. So I thank you all again for the participation, but I urge you all to please carry forward this effort. And I'm sure Amita will put forward more ideas about better get-togethers and carrying these ideas forwards. And I hope to see greater energy flow in this direction. Thank you and Jai.
So while they put the film up, I just want to thank all the participants here for sitting all the day through and really participating energetically, and also to then impose on all of you later on to continue this creative partnership. So I want to thank you enormously from on behalf of all of us here right now. And if you're absent to let us work, I think that's a very creative design, your whole absence. I want to thank the Secretary who took time off, although we have a major review with the Prime Minister and the President tomorrow in the NIT, so I thank him. I want to thank a lot of people who've been working behind stage. I want to thank Professor Desai at IIT Hyderabad, who really started us off, and I hope at least his IIT Hyderabad will be able to use a lot of the collaboration they have to create a good design school. I want to thank IIT Bombay. I want to thank Professor Kakkar for giving space for design. I want to thank IDC, IIT Bombay. And I want to thank Alka in particular, who's been sitting there very quietly in the back and really been the kind of a bedrock for a lot of the work to happen right now. I want to thank IIT Kanpur, Kamadi Patil, who helped contribute to the original base paper, and she's not here anymore. I want to thank everybody else and hope that we continue to collaborate in the future so we can now finish with a nice movie and a nice song and then go out for high tea. I want to thank GCD for the background and the materials, but forgive me if I forgot to thank someone.
पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी मैं हूँ नाड़ा तू पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया मैं गोपी बागा बागा बजैया तू है गुल्ला मैं हूँ रस तू है गुल्ला मैं हूँ दाढ़ी मैं हूँ राड़ा तू पैजामा तू है लोटा मैं हूँ पानी मैं दौलती तू है झटका मैं हूँ बिजली मैं गोपी गोपी गवैया तू बागा बागा बजैया मैं हूँ नाड़ा तू पैजामा